Welcome in, everyone, to the VESL High School Valorant qualifiers. I am Vaudable, and joining me is TTL. How are you doing today, good sir?
Excited. I'm happy, and honestly, I'm just thrilled to see what we have in store for us today.
It's going to be a great time. Going to be seeing exactly how the high school teams fare up against each other. And it's going to be pretty interesting because we just got finished with Game Changers this past weekend. People are excited for some more Valorant action, and now the high school teams are able to take the scene and see exactly how far they're going to be making it throughout every single day of action this week during the weekdays. Best of ones, group stages, 3 teams per group. Only the top 2 make it through, so you at least got to win once, and you're likely guaranteed to make it in, depending on how tiebreakers and such work. If everyone beats everyone, then that's going to be a headache for our admins, but at least we don't have to worry about that, TTL.
Yeah, these tiebreaker headaches are going to go to the admins. They can deal with that one. I'm just going to talk about the game as it happens, and then I'm going to talk about the teams as soon as they're put in the playoffs. In between, not my job.
Exactly. Well, we do have a couple of different conferences that we will be diving through as the week progresses into these group stages, then the bracket stage from then on out. Single elimination across the journey there for these teams. So at least they play a couple of games throughout the week, and if they make it to the bracket stage, no more chances after that. Best of ones across the way. So we were basically using the VCT rules for map picks and bans, and basically as they ban things out, eventually there is a decider map. And the first one that we got, as you can see in my background, Lotus, is where the first teams are going to be playing on themselves. But I think we could take a look at the exact groups and see exactly the names of some of these high schools that people might be familiar if they've been tuning in to some of the other VESL competitions in maybe just a second. If not, it's okay. We can talk about something else in the meantime. And, TTL, tell me a little bit about yourself. Is this your first time working with VESL and getting in on the broadcast here for some Valorant?
It is with VESL at least. I was really hoping to get in earlier on, but by the time I learned that VESL was an existing body, they had really ironed out casting up until about this point, and I was like, oh my goodness, hey, I cast Valorant, and now here I am.
There we go. Able to get you in on the ground running for some Valorant action. I believe we're actually going into the game pretty soon too. So we'll take a look at those groups later on. The two teams that we have here on the defenders side is Research Triangle, and the attackers side is Holly Springs. Anything specific to know about good comps for Lotus specifically?
You have a lot of options with Lotus. I mean, that is the case with just about every map, but I think Lotus is
Fair.
the more important one. You can bring a Sentinel, and I think most of the time you will see teams do so. Double Sentinel isn't unreasonable, but seeing no Sentinels is also a fairly reasonable thing to see. Double Controller is also very meta as of right now on Lotus. I'll bring up the stats a little bit later on after we actually see the agent comps come all the way through. But I'm really excited to also see possible double initiators. A Sky is going to be seen 95% of the time in higher level play, but it is high school, and in group
Out for Valorant wasn't really as popular. Did you think that any of the recent changes that have come out for that agent have really changed the popularity of this agent as Valorant competitive has evolved?
Honestly, the only changes to KO are actually the changes with how he interacts with other agents. There haven't been really any buffs or nerfs to KO since really the dawn of the game. A couple adjustments to cooldown times, but that's about all she wrote. The fragment's just as good as it used to be. KO's my main operator or main agent when I play him, just because it's basically creating the game of Counter-Strike, where I just flash around the corner and I throw a good 0 point, and magically nobody has abilities, and it's an actual first-person shooter again.
It's always fun to actually be able to not worry about abilities and just have some gunplay going on and see if you can 1v1 duel the other team and win out that way. I mean, Killjoy is always a pretty popular agent even from the inception of Valorant from what I've witnessed. It's always nice to pull those turrets and have a bunch of different utility that you can use with that agent across the map itself. But it looks like for the most part we're locked in. Still waiting to see for sure for Research Triangle on their side if they're going to 100% lock in that KO. But what are you thinking specifically about these comps? I know we see a Sky here too that you're talking about.
Yeah, this guy on the board, that doesn't surprise me. Double Initiator versus Double Controller, also not too out of the ordinary. The one thing I'm looking for is a good start from both teams in the first half. Whoever has the better first half will have a much easier start into the second half because of their compositions. The attacking side, currently having the Omen and the Viper, will have an easier time defending on the controller roles, and they'll also have an easier time in post plants should they get that spike down. On the other side, the defense needs to have those initiators getting aggressive in the first half. If they're not, they need to play very quick retakes. Both of these teams playing to the other one's strengths early on. I'm curious as to how effective that'll be as this game progresses.
That is going to be an interesting thing to figure out between these two teams as we go through, but Nash Fort that we have on the one side here for Research Triangle that we're spectating currently, seeing exactly what they're going to be getting it down to as things go forward. We're in the buy phase for now, so got some time to get things set up until the gates open and the floodgates are ready for them to figure out exactly which site they're going on. And it looks like they are defending it towards the A side for now for the most part.
Heavily pushing that one. It seems like a rush going up against an A stack, and one that could be a little bit more contentious than is originally determined in favor of Holly Springs. They see a little bit too much utility to just disengage. Can't say too much about that one. I like this decision though. Show a little bit of pressure on one side and push the other if you can find it. Well, watch out for that Astra though. Things could become a little bit more concerning. And they're dead.
Ooh, as you mentioned that, they were in a sneaky position, but they weren't going to be lasting there for too long, already getting taken out. So looking at the KO this time, seeing what they can go for their team, looking around, trying to lurk as best as they can, get to a better position. This time, Rich Star, though, looking for someone on the other side. Do have some good shots coming out in the pistol round, but not as accurate as they would want to be. And that's going to be a big thing to notice, too, how accurate these players are, what the exact skill is going to be as the matches go on throughout the competition this week.
Ooh, Nash getting that one. Rich Star drop down, but still the post plant favoring this attacking side. They've just disengaged. They're playing inside of main. This can be seen if they swing. They have to swing it though.
Last player standing.
Oh, one player taken down.
One enemy
interrupt. They do take one, but they can't get the finish. Instead, the attackers will secure that spike plant and also defend it perfectly so they didn't have to worry about anything and get that first round for Holly Springs.
Just a note from our production squad. The sides are switched.
Sides
Research
are
Triangle
wrong.
is
Okay.
on the attacking side. Holly Springs is on the defense. We were looking at the roster names and realized, oh my goodness, they switched from lobby to the game. So we'll get that sorted.
Of course they did.
So keep that in the back of your mind for the next minute or two while we get that sorted. The more important part of that round I want to talk about, especially for Research Triangle, as we see that switch. Shout out production.
That's how you
We gotta see.
Shadows traveling.
With all of their lives, some damage taken to all of them. A view of me as well as the map for a second too, but it's okay. You know, I was just overwatching everything, making sure that the players were doing good work throughout there. Now we really got to see what
Cover
the
going
changes will be
out.
as they are going to the seaside, see if they can plant fast enough and make it an issue for the defending side of Holly Springs.
Plant down, and again, it's a retake required, but the conversion round usually goes the way the attackers, especially after they pick up the pistol. And that position is noted. Have to get your shots, though. Marshall on the board, it is a good weapon. Only if you end up landing the shot, or you help your team. It's nice to see Bonsai. And a no-scope from Rich Star.
Rich Star not really doing as well as they wanted to in that last round, so nice that they are off the pistol, have the sniper going for them. Got the
One
no-scope.
enemy remaining.
Now it is a 3-on-1 situation, looking at Null to see if they can get the final shot. They get a couple in here and there, but was not enough. Looks like they're going to be able to get that final elimination, and it will be the attackers winning 2 in a row. So far, so good for them, and there really hasn't been too much of issue for them to get the spike down each time, and maybe it has to do with the rotation just being too fully committed by Holly Springs as we initially saw it.
So I was talking about the agent selection earlier. While we have a few seconds, I wanted to bring this up again, just because we have these comps ironed out and I actually brought up the right stats page I was looking for. Killjoy on the board, 81% of the time is picked around the professional / semi-professional and collegiate level. Raze 80%, Oben 73, Sky is 2/3 of the time, Viper just shy of that, Breach is about as common, and so is the Astra. The top 5 though are Killjoy, Raze, Omen, Sky, and Viper. You're usually running that double controller with the Sky, so not too out of the ordinary for either team. The Astra being on the board here for Holly Springs is their decision to go off of that Omen as a more common selection, And Research Triangle want to pick up the Omen, but they also want to go Viper as the more meta composition. The only outlier for them is
Shadows traveling.
So pretty decent comps for the most part between
Yeah.
these two teams from what we have seen so far at this level. And nice that we get
Cover
started
going
with
out.
pretty decent
Stealing sight.
side for Lotus between these two teams for our first match on the 2 stream. Already so much damage for Jack 2 Raw. Actually only 95 there. Got out of that pretty much unscathed, so
Yeah.
only that they can work with here. Pushing as well, gets the shots and does get the kill. Not going for the plant this time. And again, so consistent on getting that spike down, forcing the defenders to have to push onto the site and take the initiative as best they can.
Nice flash.
Last
Onside,
player
blinded.
standing.
Positional advantage there every day of the week for Holly Springs, and they'll take that. The bonus round not usually going to go your way, especially if you're on the attacking side. Really good flank set up by your only Skye in the lobby. They had the Bucky, they found the shot, they found the kill. They basically removed all the efficacy of the Killjoy utility before it even became an impactful part. And more importantly, they kept 4 players alive. Their bonus round now will turn into a full gun round, and they're happy to walk away with that one, because now we'll see our first real litmus test of this series.
This is going to be a good look for the defenders too. They weren't really doing too good in those first 2 rounds as they would have wanted to. I mean, they were able to get some kills onto the other side and do the best that they can. Now they're dancing though. That's what we like to see. Some good fun between these high school teams for some Valorant action here.
Clear to engage.
Couple of
Weapons
seconds
hot.
until the gates are open and we can get started with this round.
Shutting them
The
down.
question is if they're going to be able to keep the momentum up
To
from
suppress.
that last one. They only had 1 player on the Holly Springs side go down, and you mentioned it, the flank was crucial. We didn't really see much flanking happen in that second round.
No, the third was the case, but the flank has really been the important part here for Holly Springs. Has been late rounds and as a team. In pistol round, conversion round, you saw the exact same thing. They tried just flanking the C side on both occasions. That has to change here. That or they have to get out of the gate swinging, and it seems like that early engagement over towards C, because they see nobody, well, they're just going to leg it through. There's no utility in this flank design. I'm not going to worry about watching. If they may have a turret, it may not matter. There's a showstopper, and there's 2.
Beautiful showstopper there from the Rays, able to get one down. 4-on-3 situation though. The defenders have to see if they can take someone out as they push onto the site. Grenade comes out just to cover their bases and make it that much more difficult for the timing, at least for the defending side of Holly Springs. It's either now or never as time ticks down. Turret goes down, maybe support them. I feel like that was kind of preemptive.
Gun
They didn't
here.
really need to put it down.
One enemy remaining.
They do cover their bases for a second. They get a couple of eliminations, but no, it's not enough for them. The numbers were not on their side, and neither was the gunplay.
No, I actually really like that setup for Research Triangle in that scenario. You put down the utility so you don't have to worry about it later, and you can activate it when it's required. That preposition, or preparation, not preposition, that's a part of speech. That preparation for Research Triangle really set them to success and allowed them to get a little bit more aggressive because they didn't have to keep that same utility in the back of their mind. I like the setup. I really like the gunplay they're still bringing. They're very aggressive and it's working for them, and you can see exactly why. They are mechanically gifted in the attacking side, and they're using the controllers properly.
Exactly what you want to see. Control the battlefield, and you will win the day, especially if you're able to get rid of the sight lines of your opponent.
Can't use that.
So you see the Viper wall up here, cutting things up a bit, make it difficult for them to figure out exactly where to go. But Red Mound looking for an opening. Bonsai looked pretty good that last round, so we'll see what they can do. Maybe initiate for their team a little bit more, but nobody wanted to push up just yet. Research Triangle, they've been doing good for the most part, trying to hold on to as much as their weapons as they can, as their lives, but really they're just waiting to see what the defenders are going to be doing and getting everyone ready for this push.
What they're doing is they're playing very patient. They
There.
activated an early sound cue intentionally and then cut sound, basically making Holly Springs think, oh, they were here and they've walked away. Now we can see that's not the case, X-ray vision being what it is. However, with the guiding light going out, if a guiding light ends up blinding anybody, it's an audible cue to the defensive side. So they know that there's at least 1 player here. How many players, they don't know, but at least 1, and that's good enough.
You should
And
know.
here's
That's
the
a dangerous
information.
spot too. Yep, more information coming out for them too. The Trailblazer going forward through the smoke, and now everyone is getting onto the site. There's only 3 players remaining. Making it 2 on the defenders, and the spike is getting initiated, and they don't really have to work too much. They just have to hold their horses as much as they can, getting off the site even because they know the other team have to push on at some point. Maybe we're waiting for the flank that might not be coming.
This is a scenario where you just save. It's planted open. You don't have utility to force them away from really anything. The extent of what you probably have is a flash, but that's about all she wrote. You can't long arm this because, well, it's a spike, and as much as the spike is up, you're going to
Last
try
player
either.
standing.
Yeah, very well placed breach, just gunshots, and it's not going to matter. You hop in, even a snake bite at your feet, you walk away with 3 HP,
man.
headshot down. Flawless.
And this is the synergy we witnessed in those first 2 rounds from Research Triangle as well. Great work that they were able to put in. You mentioned it,
Yeah.
the grenades coming out too, just to cover their bases and so that they could go for the defuse. And they didn't even have enough health to even try going for the defuse either. They weren't worried. You could see they were covering their bases. They went for the flank and everything too. And then that's all she wrote for that round. First of 5 rounds, pretty heavily favored for Research Triangle. And Holly Springs, I mean, what do they really got to do to change here, TTL, to come back in this round?
Their main problem is not having early gunfights going their way. They're allowing too much of a stack up for Research Triangle. Well, I mean, apart from like the obvious, oh yeah, just get better forehead. But in this scenario, they're losing a lot of those opening gunfights. And the main problem was because they're being outnumbered in a lot of these fights.
No.
That's good aggression. What Furious does is it doesn't allow them to over-aggress or over-gather in this A-main position, force them to get aggressive, even into a pseudo-stack. There's 2 players here, there's a reswing, and there's another kill for Ons.
Beautiful shot, able to take them down. Only 3 players remaining on Research Triangle, and now they're kind of pushed up onto this A side, and they haven't really thought of a different way to go. I think they're just trying to figure out if they want to fully commit onto this, or they have some time to go all the way around, but they've already used so many resources to get them in the position that they are currently, down by those 2 players. Still 50 seconds left. They have all the time to change their strategy, get some more information about where the opponents are on the defending side, because they haven't even gotten a single agent down or player down on that end.
Holly Springs still very, very patient. 2-player advantage, understandably not wanting to over-aggress. Onster, if this door opens, it opens towards them, not away from them. So this would become a problem. There's the door opening. They are forced away from it. They'll still walk through it. Still finding 2. Make it a 3rd. Yes, they will. 4 on the round, and a flawless for Holly Springs. There's that return to form. And there's that early round aggression I was talking about. Magic. It works.
Monster with the 3-piece, able to clean things up for their team. Nice to see from the Rays. I mean, the Rays on both sides has been doing pretty good for these 2 teams. We saw Bonsai for the other end, and then Monster this time with 4 of the 3 kills that they have, or excuse me, 3 of the 4 kills that they have had so far in the opening round. In that one specifically, looking pretty good for their team. Really need to see more out of the Viper on the other end, though. They've been able to use their utility pretty well to close off some different sight lines throughout the map and try and control things as best as possible, but they haven't been going or getting very confident in those kills on the other end. And there goes the first kill. We Jack 2 Raw, starting things strong for Research Triangle to try and bounce back after that last round.
Reset control, reopen and it seems like everything going the way of Research Triangle in this follow-up round. They had lost the previous round and took that personally, it seems. Rumba clears out the backside of CT, but a very quick clear for Holly Springs. They know it's either main or connector, and I have to say, this is becoming a problem. However, a good Cosmic Divide splits this site in half.
Elimination for Bonsai too. Position though, but right in the corner.
1 enemy remaining.
Firing lines of Bonsai picking up all of the kills this time. 3 in a row there. Flawless the other direction. And what a beautiful bounce back for the side of Research Triangle.
Yeah, they lose 1 round and they just return to form like absolutely nothing happened. This is the problem that Holly Springs is going to run into every single round if they don't have early map control. Because Research Triangle is not running your standard default. They're not going, oh yeah, hey, let's throw 2 players over towards A, 1B and 2C, or some variation of that in general direction. They're putting 4 or 5 players in one direction, not to be confused with Harry Styles and company. And Holly Springs is just not prepared for it. Because even if they stack 2 or 3 players, it's not always going their way, and you can see exactly why. They just don't have that player advantage that they need. And it's working again.
Off your feet!
Overwhelming for the most part, as they don't really have an answer to it just yet, and the way the Bonsai is able to infiltrate these specific area, it's been working out pretty well for them. On to the time, waiting perfectly for Furious to come out, and also is able to get one more player for the back comes out too. Doesn't matter, they're able to get this guy down instead. Nobody can stop Bonsai.
3 bullets, showstopper available, but a pseudo 2v1 here on the
One
site. They don't
enemy
have help from the
remaining.
far side. Now they do. Rich Star activates the perfect possible time, and they'll incidentally flash their teammate, but it may not matter at the end of the day. Still the retake on the board, and the showstopper as well. And martyrdom. Bonsai will find the kill from beyond the grave, and Research Triangle will extend their lead once more.
Bonsai with the clutch, 4 kills after the
generous.
3-kill round before. As you mentioned, the martyrdom using their ultimate ability there to get that final kill for their team to win the round, and looking pretty good for this first half. And if things continue this way, it doesn't seem like Holly Springs will really have an answer, and they'll have to just think about the consequences of being down by so many rounds going into that second half.
Starting to develop into a problem for Holly Springs. Their second half needs to be better than their first half. However, their first half needs to still be an impactful part. Spartan, as the judge, becomes the jury and the executioner, but only for one, and it's a 2-for-2 trade overall as the aggression back towards B ends up working. Decent start, all things considered, for Holly Springs. Mitigates some of that player advantage, but not until Null drops down Furious Destroyer, and that may very well be the round if A site isn't taken back, and they're just rushing it.
Oh no. Not the exact rotation that you want to see from Holly Springs, but they
Recalling
didn't
my
really
box.
get the word from the other side. I was hoping that they might push into them and have at least a better angle on
Placing
the
swarm
situation,
grenade.
but every time we've seen the
Swarm
spike
grenade
go
out.
down, it has not been diffused thus far.
Placing alarm
Take their
box.
time though to go forward,
Placing
and
swarm
that's
grenade.
going to buy enough time for Holly Springs to rotate in from both angles in a pincer maneuver.
Ooh.
All 3 players from Research Triangle actually backing up on this. They baited them to the A side, seeing if they can get a better sight on them to close things down here and make it so that Holly Springs can't bounce back. They spotted one, but they don't get the KO. Instead, it will be Phoenix taking them down. Bonsai, their star player, eliminated already.
Gives them a more than reasonable shot. The 2 stars
Obscuring
remaining, both
vision.
put on top of the site, and they're going to pop them as nebulas, surprisingly enough. They want to try and
Concealment.
obfuscate that vision as much as humanly possible. The issue is, good nanoswarm on the site makes things significantly more difficult. They'll hop on originally, but an alarm bot alongside
player
a
standing.
very difficult scenario. And they're even stunned out of
enemy
position. Nothing doing. Phoenix, yeah, you have the kill, but you do not have the time. You'll even tap. You'll be tapped down. 7-2. Research Triangle again streaking away.
That rotation to A was beautiful from Research Triangle. They set it up perfectly. They backed away from it too because they didn't know exactly where Holly Springs were coming from at that point in time. And even with the kills that came out towards the end of it, it was too late for them to react to it. And now you see they're having to go for whatever they can in this next round for Holly Springs to get ready for the last few of the first half of this best of 1 map that we have. They only have this 1 map to get this win against Research Triangle. And Research Triangle, so far, the attacking side has been working out really well for them, but a lot of it has gone down to those opening engagements, first bloods that have been coming out, and
Cover
specifically
going out.
onto that KO. Holly Springs, who have been losing a lot of those gunfires.
No one's home here on the A side except for the aforementioned KO. And Phoenix honestly would have to disengage here and wait for the rest of their team to recover this. One thing I really wanted to bring up was Research Triangle with extremely good utility usage. Not only are they making sure they have it pre-placed, they're making sure they have good lineups for it as well if they need to. Aftershock should breach, or just making sure they can get into fights rather than out of them. Furious finds one, these spray downs, it's over-aggression from Holly Springs and they're caught out in doing so.
3-on-3. Furious
What?
Destroyer, okay, I called them out. They're able to step into the plate. Eventually, they're going to be taken out by Jack 2 Raw. That's
Last
the
player
omen,
standing.
But the
Huh?
raise, no, not going to work out for no either.
What?
Somehow, the defenders were able to get the victory at the end here, and they
What?
get one for the road afterwards for even more eco. What happened there?
Okay, I'd like to apologize. I said they had a great utility usage, and then they just don't that round. Things were going very well for Research Triangle until I brought it up. The 2 main problems there were everybody got in, but they didn't have an immediate escape plan, so they were basically just trapped on the site as soon as there was a utility dump from Holly Springs on the retake, which this was very good from Holly Springs, something we haven't seen from them before. It is plant and an immediate retake. They weren't waiting for any utility to drop, they just held W and it worked. The other conversation was why didn't Null have the nanoswarm on the spike? And if they did, feels bad because I think it was shot out. But either way, probably could have been a kill. Onster finds 2 before him being taken out. Outstanding start to this round again for Holly Springs.
Seems to be the start of the comeback potentially, but you can't call it that just yet until it happens. Brimstone trying to see if they can call anyone out, but we are getting some extra vision for that Sky, as you mentioned. Top level agent, and that's exactly why you can figure out kind of where your opponents are coming from by those audio cues, if they get flashed or if they even shoot at your abilities. So Now we'll have to see what's going on here. Rich Star looking for whatever they can on the breach here, if anyone's going to be coming out instead. But no, they're just playing chicken to see who's going to peek first.
Well, the greatest part about this is Holly Springs has done great jobs at clearing out positions elsewhere. They know it is B. They are 100% sure. They have all of C main control. They have all of A main control. And that pincer from behind is already setting in. This lockdown will not mean all that much, but the turret going off behind, that shows to Research Triangle that their backside flank is very much exposed. They're no longer safe from that position, and it seems like they're aware of it. A swing from Rich Star, but into two separate players, not winning that any day of the week. And Phoenix even finds a follow-up for 2. That should be just about it, and it will be. Spartan, even with Judge, will lock things down. Great comeback here for Holly Springs. First time back-to-back rounds for them as well.
In the half.
I know we got a flawless from the defending side earlier. I think that was in the 5th round that we saw, but even, oh, not the 5th round, excuse me, the 6th round, where it was 4-2 at the end.
Yep.
This, I feel like, was the most confident round we saw from Holly Springs. Based on the positioning, the way that they were able to get those kills onto Research Triangle, I like the confidence here, but looking at the abilities that are available on Research Triangle, they are saving and they are getting ready for a big push. It feels like they need to change their fate. The last few rounds have been going well for them. You mentioned the first time 2 rounds in a row that we've seen Holly Springs dominate, and now we need to see what the change-up is for Research Triangle.
The only difference I want to see from Holly Springs is have immediate availabilities for trade frags. We didn't see that in the previous round. Onster found 2 and was traded back. They could have had a 3rd for the team if there was a 2nd player there, and there probably should have been, but in the end it wasn't the case. Spartan has pushed up. Here's that aggression. They needed the real estate, and they found it. It's Onster with 3. Make it 4! They'll finally be shut down. No ace for them, but very narrowly could have found it.
Wow, that is not where you want to be after that for Research Triangle. I mean, they were looking so good going into the round. They had all their abilities available. They only have Rich Star left on that breach that we were talking about before, and didn't really have the best positioning last time. Have to pick up the spike and go for something. I mean, at least for them, time is on their side if they can pick one apart at a time. And there is about to be an engagement, it looks like, in the center from the Killjoy on the other side of Holly Springs, taking their time, their abilities, baiting them out for a second. Puts the shots on, and there we go. The defenders win yet again. 3 in a row from Holly Springs. What a comeback.
Return to form, and the end of the first half ends up going their way. That's the momentum they really needed to start to bring things back. And more importantly, they seem to found their rhythm, mainly around their playstyle. I think that's the most important part. I brought it up at the beginning of the game. They're running that double initiator composition. KO is not very often played here on Lotus in comparison to some of the other initiators like Sova or even like Gecko. So the fact that you have the KO means you have to get aggressive, and that's what they've been doing these last couple rounds, and it's been working for them. That aggression will only pay off even more on the attacking side, assuming they do so with a little bit of coordination, considering they are looking for a little bit more of a default split, unlike what we saw from Research Triangle.
In the first, I'd say 5 or 6 rounds from Furious Destroy, we only saw a single kill from them. Afterwards, at 5, looking a lot more confident for their team, and usually your weakest link is where you see things falter, especially when these retakes or the initiations onto the site happen, and that's what we saw from Holly Springs. They were able to change things up. Monster popped off every single time. We're going to see what's going to happen in these pistol rounds. Rich Star, who was the only one remaining in that last round at the end of the half, now able to get that first KO or first kill, but now we need to see what happens from here on out.
That's a gross placement for a Nanostorm. Good alarm bot finds 2 players, almost a 3rd, but Null's just looking for kills and will just disengage afterwards. I like this call. Wait for the reinforcements, wait for the help, and after you do so, then you can retake his lead.
Spike planted.
That one hurt a little bit. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as their opponents were through the smoke that time, so trying to see if they can shoot fish in the barrel at this point in time, but right onto the side of the barrel, there's a turret, that would take down, and I don't know exactly where everyone is, but one's down, and there's another.
One enemy remaining.
On the Bond side,
Last
it goes
player
back and forth.
standing.
1-on-1 situation, though, between these last remaining players.
1v1 Phoenix disengaging. They don't have any stars remaining. That's the problem. The Nebula, actually it's the Gravity Well used is the final one, but you have to see Rich Star get back up towards that spike. Hold off. We'll have to tap again. Just tapped down instead through the wall, no less. And Phoenix will make it 4 in a row for Holly Springs, stretching back to that first half.
Now we
Nice to see it shredding through the wall and the defenses of their opponents, Holly Springs.
I got enough time to go into the Astro
We were just talking about this team where it was 2-7 at one point in time. And then we've seen a couple in a row from then on out, and it's been a different story between these two teams. And that was even before we got to the halfway point of this game. I would not be surprised if things continue this way, CTL, that we might get an overtime situation between these two teams. But Research Triangle, we saw the skills that they had. They've just been losing the gunfights a lot of times now, too.
The second half, the Russian triangle, not their call. They need that disengaged playstyle. The Omen's been seen inside of the smoke. They'll be dispatched of quickly. That's a terrible start, but they do still have treatment control. I don't know if this gets cleared. Oh yeah, it does. No. It's Onster. My bad. I underestimated your game. They'll find 2, make it 3. Yeah, okay, on me. On me. I wasn't familiar.
One enemy remaining.
Monster versus Bonsai seems to be the story between these two teams. If one of them could pop off, then they're going to be winning the round. And so far, it has been, what now, 5 rounds in a row to tie things up for the side of Holly Springs. Onster with 15 kills, matching Bonsai on the other side, and really everyone else shoring things up for Holly Springs A. Now that they can be more aggressive, they don't have to worry about defending and going for those flanking maneuvers that weren't working for them in the past. The ball is in their court to take the distance. All eyes on Research Triangle and how they're going to figure things out, because they haven't done so thus far.
I'm not going to say this is a must-win for Research Triangle, but if they don't lose this, I don't think I have a lot of confidence in their defensive side. Well, not even that. They're having so many difficulties even solidifying gunfights without full rifles. As soon as they have a weapon advantage, what goes their way? Bonsai wins an opening fight. That's a good start, but you took out a pistol. There's still a heck of a lot waiting on the other side.
There is. I mean, they got some vision from that too, so they know that at least somebody is on the other side as the flash came out. Fort looking for something themselves, but no, they were distracted a little bit too much. Noel will get that one instead. So starting to look up for Research Triangle. Haven't lost anyone thus far. Just a couple HP there for the Killjoy, and there goes another one. Monster may be messing around a little bit too much with their melee weapons, and there goes the spike down. So they're going to have to rotate and see if they can take the site from the 2 players that are remaining on Holly Springs.
This is not unreasonable for a round for Holly Springs. A 2v5 is something we've seen before. 2 players walking in through CT, but Rishtar prepping a flash. No, it's actually the fault line, but it's late. That's the problem. Utility available, a Nebula to keep them protected. The flash around the corner, that's late as well. And keep this in mind. The spike is planted for them, and they still have 1 last star available alongside the gravity well should they choose to use it. This is a great post-plant position, especially now with that Cosmic Divide and the Showstopper. Oh no.
The Showstopper perfectly timed there for Bonsai, looking really good for themselves. The Killjoy was also setting up the turret to make sure that they can defend things as best as possible. But Research Triangle, they don't have it. Getting. Oh no, they don't have enough time.
Last player standing.
Oh wait.
Everybody dies. Oh my gosh.
Does. Oh, they were so close too. If they should have had somebody on it. They had the player advantage too, but I don't think they were confident about securing that defuse.
Phoenix was actually trying to spray them down. Phoenix lands the shot onto whoever was defusing. And as they did, yeah, they got shot back, but because you're running the Phantom, suppressed weapons don't make tracers through smokes. So there's no definitive way of saying, oh, I'm being shot from exactly this direction. You can't use your mental geometry and say, oh yeah, I'll just shoot back. You don't have that same availability. It's a great position. And Phoenix used their gravity well to know exactly where to shoot. It's a great decision, great setup beforehand for Holly Springs, and a massive 2v5 because, yeah, sure, everybody eyes for them, but so too does everybody eye for Research Triangle.
6 rounds in a row from Holly Springs. What a monumental combat to start off the first day of competition for the group stages of VESL Valorant High School qualifiers. Now it comes down to what's going to happen here for Research Triangle. Already 2 kills going forward in their favor. They did get a couple trades here and there, though, and they're only down to 2 players, one with barely any health remaining. Furious Destroy looking for something here to maybe clean things up for their team, as Holly Springs looking pretty good for the most part.
0 point will land. It's not going to matter all that much. Jack doesn't have any utility, nor would it have mattered at the end of the day with a classic in hand. Turret will see the flanking, at least attempted flank, from the breach, and they'll be dispatched of. That's a fairly quick round and a good one for Holly Springs. They're really starting to lock in if they weren't already. I believe that makes it 7 in a row. Yeah, it does. I love being right. It never happens. 7 rounds in a row. From down 7-2, like you said earlier, now to up 9-7. And Research Triangle, their defensive side, did they forget to return from their lunch break?
They might have. Unfortunately for them, it hasn't been working out well whatsoever, regardless of which site they go on. We haven't seen anyone go towards B so far, and, you know, I would love to see Holly Springs just mess around going down main and seeing if they can just mess with their opponents, but they have been doing well so far, getting those 7 rounds in a row. They don't need to change the strategy because it's been working out so well so far, but got to see what Research Triangle can do here on the defensive side. You see most of them on the A side, where the rest of the team of Holly Springs goes towards C, where we see them try and take down this Killjoy, but no, they take down their star player in Onster. They do get taken out by Phoenix, who is doing really well to secure that spike before, but now we got to see what's going to happen here between these two teams.
Oh, Spartan dies. They weren't watching the doors. It fully closed, and it doesn't close before they get the heck out of dodge. Fragment thrown through into the smoke, so they'll avoid it for the time being. Phoenix even wants to get aggressive through the same nanoswarm. Everybody wants to hold W, but it's working more often than not for Research Triangle in this round. Finally, a return to form. A fake smoke though works. Phoenix finds one. Not a second though, and it's a 1v3.
Oh my goodness. And there we go. Bonsai with a nice stopper there. We'll have the defuse coming out this time too. Changing things up a little bit, and finally we see a stop to that comeback run from Holly Springs. A round for Research Triangle, with them able to save a little bit too on the eco that they were in dire straits in the round before that. They had to just do a pistol round for themselves to get back into their good graces, but it all comes down to what the strategy is here on out. And if you are Research Triangle, what is your thought process after getting the defuse that time?
It is get Bonsai into more gunfights.
Yep.
That's
so
where we're
good.
at for a lot of this. In all fairness, Bonsai has been the pivotal part of a lot of these rounds. If they've been aggressive early and died early, you usually see Holly Springs take it. If they will still stay alive and play around the rest of the team, they're a very good team player despite the fact that they're 20-13 right now. That has to be the case into the later stages of this game. Good 0 point that catches one player on the backside of CT, and Null actually finds a kill into Phoenix with their nanoswarm, a second as well. That may very well be the round.
I blinked and I missed it. I was looking at stats and the abilities of the agents, and then already Holly Springs, for the most part, taking out of the competition in this round, and things about to be tied up between the two teams, but can't say it's over till it is over. Plenty of time, plenty of chances, but not in the best position for Spartan and Killjoy on their team either. They are looking for any way out of the situation. Spike away from them too, so they gotta try and pick that up as well. See what they can do from there.
I don't know what you do here. I honestly wouldn't hate a save. Guiding Light's good. It finds two players, but now everybody's looking in this general direction. Even before the smoke falls, Nash will fall. This is Spartan in the 1v5. They'll find it first, almost a second. Jack will shut that down. Overall, really good round. Couple rounds, as a matter of fact, for Research Triangle. Good retake back on C, good hold here on B, and Null stepping up in a big way in this round specifically, starts things off well and makes sure that Holly Springs has no way to come back.
That's what we wanted to see from Research Triangle. We were questioning what they could do, what they needed to do. They were slowing things down, playing more defensive, not like the attacking side that they kind of got just attack-minded, it felt like, after that first half. And once things were out of their control, it was a slippery slope to almost defeat. They were able to turn things around, now 9-9. It comes down to how these next few rounds go. Research Triangle, we've seen them be able to pick up the pace and have it snowball afterwards, but they need to keep that going after those last two rounds.
It's a little tropical for snowballs here, though, I gotta say. Maybe that's the perfect decision. Hey, it is tropical. Let's go buy a snowball.
That
Different
sounds
connotation
delicious
of
right now.
Okay, I'm writing that on the to-do list for after this broadcast. Go find a snowball.
Exactly.
Somewhere.
I don't think any snowball place will be open, at least where I am on the East Coast, but, you know, that's
I got one
definitely going to
place.
go. One place? Okay, good. You'll get enough for both of us, and I'll be jealous. Make sure you post about it on Twitter later. TDL Cast, by the way, I believe people can follow you at. Nonetheless, though, the spike has been planted now already for Holly Springs. What happened?
Null was trying to use the lockdown. Null was waiting in C-Link to try and use the lockdown. They were taken out. They couldn't use it early because they were caught by the Null command, and now they can't use it because they're dead. Massive return to form here early on for Holly Springs. Good showstopper, even better set of paint shells, and that's the round. Onster finds 2, make it 3 on the round, and it's a 1v4. No flank available. It's Griffin stuck inside of CT. They're 2 and X thus far in this game. I don't think they're involved with the shot now. Now, Onster would have killed him if Nash didn't already.
Griffin hasn't really been able to do too much. They've been relying on their teammates and trying to just use their utility as best as they can to try and lock down different sites, but so far not so good for them, especially when they were the ones who were needing to clutch for their team. Kind of just leftovers from the rest of the roster that just got eliminated right before them. Nonetheless, though, good comeback win from Holly Springs after the 2 in a row that we did see from Research Triangle. Now just looking to see if they can close things out, keep things confident, cool, calm, and collected as well. As it comes back to us for a second as we get things sorted away for the round. Tech pause, as one of the players probably had an issue towards the end there. They want to make sure this is as competitive as possible, and I agree that with how close this matchup has been so far, TTL, I didn't expect it to be this competitive from the get-go.
Nor did I. I was also trying to figure out what the heck a P10 was. I was thinking like position 10 in Formula 1, were they talking about like some bathroom break in 10 minutes? I don't know. I was really confused. Thank you for elaborating in all chat. Destroyer was asking the same thing that I was. What the heck's a P10? Turns out it is a pause at the 10-second mark for tech issues. So that's
someone
the reason.
DC'd. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you definitely want to get the back end at the round and get things all squared away from then on out as best as you can. But sucks when those issues happen with connections. Not much we can really do in that situation, but we'll get them back in promptly as we can. One good thing about Valorant, or a lot of good things, but also the spectating system and the lobby system, very thorough, which is always nice.
I find it hilarious that people have been asking for custom games in Counter-Strike and the ability to pause in Counter-Strike and the ability to match medic in Counter-Strike on official servers for 10 years, and Valorant came out with it in like the first 8 weeks. Now, the only benefit is Counter-Strike has CSTV or GoTV, which is like the VOD game.
No other game can actually have that. Apparently, it was built into the code, and other games have tried to replicate it, but they would literally have to spend years formulating their game around that. Rainbow Six did it. Okay, cool. Hey, shout out to Rainbow Six.
Yeah,
Rainbow Six seems to be like a game that just does so many things right, from what I've heard.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Nope.
Maybe I'm hearing from the wrong people.
I don't know who you're talking to, but they do not play or cast Rainbow Six Siege.
You know, that's fair. Watching Rainbow Six Siege, it's interesting to say the least. Maybe that's why VESL doesn't have Rainbow Six Siege yet.
If they do, I honestly would really appreciate it, because I think a lot of high schoolers would play Rainbow Six alongside Valorant. It's
gotten more popular lately too, because Jinxie, that really big streamer who's been playing it a ton, I think came from the scene itself, and it's kind of familiar with like Ninja coming from Halo, but mainly popularizing Fortnite with the content that he was making, and just different creators like that. But Valorant creators, I mean, there's so many big name players and creators out there that love the game itself, and so many big events. I think there's even like an OTV event going on pretty soon too. So like, there's much content for Valorant. It's nice to see high schools getting a shot of it too.
Yeah, I've seen a couple high school leagues across the board. I haven't seen any high school leagues specifically run by the state. When I was introduced to VESL and how VESL works and all the background information, I was actually told that it was run by the state of North Carolina, or sponsored by the state of North Carolina. That's not the case all the time, and the fact that the actual governing body has made a respective effort towards progressing esports in high schools is amazing, and something that you very rarely see nationwide, much less worldwide, for elsewhere. Back into the game. Tech pause done, dusted, and down the drain. We're back on Lotus. Aggression, you could see vertically, and they're aware of it. Bonsai's position duly noted. Almost caught by the Nebula. Forced out of the position. Still there, though. Still wants to play aggressive, and still may very well fall. Paint shell's available. That would be great usage. Alongside the fragment, Nebula still survive. Showstopper as well. It's a heat-seeking missile.
Martyrdom again afterwards too, because Bonsai was taken out right as it was flying from the showstopper. So we'll get that trade. 3-on-3 action between these two teams.
You should
see exactly how things will develop from here. Phoenix was able to clutch things up before for Holly Springs. Can they do it again? The rest of the team can rally around them. Go on the other side. They were able to get a kill as well, and the plant's coming down too. So defenders not in the best position.
One enemy remaining.
Especially with one down.
That's perfect engagement. The decision there was so well put together for Holly Springs, using the lockdown to force them away, and then get aggressive as the lockdown is dissipating. What you do is you force them to get aggressive fairly early, but as they're doing so, they're not clearing anything close. They're expecting you to be back on the site or back sitting in A main. That wasn't the case. aggression ended up working. Sitting hell, sitting around the connector door, it worked. It was a very good setup from the start. Holly Springs, there's your return to form. They lost 2 in a row. They have yet to make a mistake since.
Got 2 in a row themselves, too. Great positioning from all of the players at the end there. And it goes to show that it's not just their star player getting the victory for them. So many flashes from the gate.
One suppressed.
But I feel like a lot of that, too, from Research Triangle is them using their utility maybe a little bit too hastily. The way that they've been going out about things, they are getting good information, of course, on the other side, but it's taken them so much time to get everything back that it might not be the best strategy from them. That did stop that push onto the site, but now they rotated back around, took out Griffin, who was not even paying attention to the situation, and there goes down a play on the other side. So there is a bit of a trade, but not the best look that you would want to see from Research Triangle, even though they do have the player advantage.
They're headed to C though. Cosmic Divide put up. This will allow a free plant and some free space to work with, but there's a decent bit of utility on this defensive side. They have the lockdown, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have From the Shadows should they need it, and they have a decent bit of secondary utility as well, but there could be a level of aggression here that's not expected, but through the Cosmic Divide, Spartan already falls.
All looks on. Whoa, it's almost from Phoenix, is able to get Bonsai. Good look from that, but Noel with the finish instead. The Killjoy on the other side. Nash looking for something to escape here for their team. Maybe if they can get one for the road. They do get one. It's possible with the time that is remaining, but the defuse starting to come out, so they're going to have to push out their situation. They are able to get one more, but not enough time to get onto the site. They get the shots, and no! Again, the defenders do get the defuse off, and that's the difference that we saw between Research Triangle before when they couldn't get the defuse and what they did here. They left the player on the defuse. They were in a great position for it. Regardless of where Holly Springs were pushing, they were able to get it off at the end.
And the two separate aspects to that, not only removing vision onto the spike so you can't spray with that same guess brick as you would otherwise, but also forcing your attention differently. Jack gets aggressive, uses Shrouded Step to get into the corner, and even though they're seen and killed fairly early, yes, Nash finds that duel in their favor. But Nash then has to take a few extra seconds, go around the far side of that dark cover, and get in front of the mountain that is basically hindering their whereabouts as much as it can. Great setup again for Research Triangle, and now they're bringing it back. Final 3 rounds in regulation. Will we need all of them, though? It's 2 to win here for Holly Springs, 2 to tie, and or send it to OT for Research Triangle.
What a crazy series of events starting off in this game between these two teams. It was 7-2 at one point, and now we're at 11-10 for Holly Springs, just needing 2 more rounds for the victory themselves in the regulation time. The plant comes out already, too, before even a single player is down on the defending end. Spartan looking for an angle. Furious Destroy is going to have somebody push, take one down. There goes to the second. They didn't even have the shots on them either. So much health. They're getting some revive back towards them as well. And now they have the backup 2 from the sky. Spartan does get taken down, but takes one down with them. And a 4-on-1 situation now. It's about time for the attackers to win. Yet again, Holly Springs 1 away from clutching this victory.
One away, but that one has come at a cost multiple times over. Research Triangle has returned to form in the second half. They've gotten a few rounds to at least make it a negligible closeout, but it hasn't been as consistent as they've needed. Bonsai, I remember bringing up their 22-13. Since then, they're 4-4. They're 26-17. They haven't had that same showing that they really needed to show in the second half compared to what we saw in the first 10 to 11 or so rounds. Something has to change here. Something maybe aggressive, maybe disengage entirely and play for a full retake, but something has to go your way. I wouldn't hate, actually, that decision to just play for a full retake with your utility.
It would be a better option than just using other utility at the start and then not really knowing exactly where to push afterwards. But the C site seems to be the go plan for Holly Springs a lot of times. If the first engagement onto A, it does not quite work out. Trying to see if they can pick off any stragglers across the way and then rotate around. They're actually going more towards B, as you can see as well, for Holly Springs. But instead, taking their time. They know they don't have to overextend themselves too much as that one player flanking around towards the B site through B main. The Omen on the other end, though, for Research Triangle has an angle on the site. He knows that somebody's coming through that area as well. Spartan taken down already. Furious Destroy doing the best that they can, and taken out as well by Monster.
Rolling Thunder finds nothing whatsoever. They thought it would find a decent bit more. They want to try and take Tree here. A-Link is susceptible. They think they saw a raise. They're correct in the presumption. The flash doesn't land as well as it thought. At least they don't convert off of the back of it as much as they could have. but it's no longer a safe A site here for Holly Springs. If they're going to go, there's now 2 players waiting for them, the third waiting inside of the connector, and Bonsai even finds the 1 tap of the Sheriff. Make it 2.
Bonsai is the Sheriff in town, waiting for Stranglers to come through. The shot's on the Phoenix.
10 seconds left. Last
Yeah,
player
Phoenix again,
standing.
though. Didn't even get
Spike
these
down.
shots. Popping off the
One
side.
enemy
Monster
remaining.
doing everything that they can to clutch the victory and clutch the win for their team. 1-on-1 situation. Defenders able to get the defuse instead, though, or able to get that last kill, excuse me, in time was on their side. They somehow clutched it up for Research Triangle.
Whoa, don't say I was on their side. I am not a biased caster. Research Triangle, they pick up 11. By a time. It is only,
stressful.
what, the first time
Feeling
we've
generous.
seen a
Who needs a
round
bite?
end on time.
It is, yeah.
All game. And more importantly, it is one that sends us to a 24th and final round. Whether it's the final of regulation or the final of this game and series is yet to be determined. Economy not the greatest of scenarios for Holly Springs attack. They just barely got a buy off for their teammates. They will still be able to pick up full rifles. But Research Triangle having that same level of difficulty, only 1 player staying alive, doesn't make things all that easy. They will have to take some concessions in terms of abilities.
We did see Bonsai just using the Sheriff the whole time, not really opting for a rifle themselves, but popping off nonetheless with it. Monster already getting one of the kills on to Griffin, so Research Triangle down a player so quickly into potential final round of regulation between these 2 teams. Christopher comes out, Monster trying to look for something themselves, but couldn't really get anything through the smoke, so backing up on it. They don't want to overcommit themselves and already at half health.
The W key. Into B they will go, through the smoke no less, but they'll do so successfully. The lockdown will give them the space they need. Showstopper goes through, it somehow misses, but lands on the Onster behind him, and Nash ends up finding a kill just the same. The lockdown didn't extend all the way to Link, but it'll still go 1 for 1. A 2v4, make it 2v2, as the spikes plan in this post-plant scenario.
Phoenix is who you
Last
want to
player
have on your
standing.
side if you are in this scenario. 2v1 situation that they have to clutch up for their team. Defend the spike as best they can.
One
See the
enemy
angles as they
remaining.
come through. Takes
Goodbye.
down Jackie Raw. 1 more player
My ult's
remains
ready.
on the other end, and it's the
Knocking
Killjoy. Nashport looking for whatever they can. They are going, or Noel, excuse me, going for the defuse. Trying to see the angle, and no! Phoenix was looking the wrong direction, and it will be Research Triangle going for the defuse this time. What a clutch from them.
My ultimate is
That's the
ready.
disadvantage of planting right in front of where you decide to play your post plant. That vertical angle completely removes any
Switching
guesswork.
sides.
If you plant from a distance, it
Overtime.
works for you. If you plant close, you have to contend with the balcony, and it ends up coming back to bite them. Really good setup from the start there for Phoenix, but if you're going to use that pulse, you have to swing off the back of it, and that's not the case. They play a little bit more patient than they really needed to. It comes back to bite them, and more importantly, the shot was landed by Noel, tied and sent to overtime. This is just game 1 of today, both.
I wish we had a full best of 3 between these 2 teams, honestly, after seeing the performance from both of them so far on just an individual map. But again, we're going to be seeing some of these teams later on as they progress through the group stage into the main event bracket as well, through this stream and the main stream on a VESL, Twitch, and also some other content through YouTube as well. But nonetheless, I really have no idea who's going to be taking this first round based on how back and forth these 2 teams have been.
Wait, listen to this. Twitch.tv/VESLGG. Ardry Kell and JT Williams are also in round 25 in their first round of OT. We're headed to OT across the board, and it's about as close as things get. Not, however, in this first round of OT. Research Triangle having some difficulties getting in, and Holly Springs showing up on the defensive side. All it took was a side switch, and it seems like they'll take it.
Gotta hurt for Research Triangle, especially after the hard-fought overtime that they were able to get the end on, excuse me, that one-on-one situation with Null getting the win over top of Phoenix. Nonetheless, though, 4v2, decent players on the side of Research Triangle, still alive, doing all that they can for their team. Jack 2 Raw still in the game. Noel, who clutched it up in the last one, still available as well with the spike and with some time, but not much
30
of it.
seconds left.
There goes the flash. They know exactly that somebody is here, and there's only 2 players really chance that you'd assume they'd be next to each other. Jack 2 Raw trying to initiate as best they can, but nobody was in position. Just waiting for the shot. Coming out and able to win
Last
the gun.
player standing.
Not in a
No
good
way.
position either, where it's all onto Noel. Can they
grenade
clutch it
out.
up? Situation gets one. This is no, ran out of bullets. They would have had it. And the defenders will win that round.
Just narrowly as well. They got help
Switching
from an
sides.
inanimate object in the
Match
turret
point.
sitting in front of the C-Link, and it goes Holly Springs' way. Once more, will they be on that map point scenario? However, it is another scenario where they are back on the attacking side. No guarantees for them by any means, no ultimates either, but something that Research Triangle relied on a little bit more than Holly Springs did was the ultimates. Maybe the lack thereof here for the defense will be the saving grace for Holly Springs' attack.
Oh, I gotta put a heart rate monitor on after this one, TTL, just by the way things have been going between these two teams to make sure I'm doing okay throughout the rest of the matches that we have today. This is only the first one of many that we have going on throughout the competition of day one for the group stages. Nonetheless, though, 4 games being played today, and this is just the first. We'll see exactly how long this one goes based on what Research Triangle do in this round specifically. Otherwise, Holly Springs looking to continue where they left off in that last round. Now on the attacking side.
Nope.
They're doing so well since the start of this game.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Furious Destroy turn around and thought the Astro was an opponent.
I thought so too when you said that. That's why I'm quiet.
I'm gonna be real. Anyway, it wasn't an opponent, they're okay. The even better scenario for them is they're going to the right track. Alarm bot in front of them, that could make things difficult, especially with the Nanostorm going off in front of them, but they don't get too aggressive. That's the most important part. They're forced away, only 1 or 2 players take a little bit of damage, nothing to write home about by any means, and they still have that vision obfuscation once more to get that spike down safely.
I like the retreat from Research Triangle. They could have engaged as best they can, tried to hold on to the side, but there was really only 1 or 2 players there. Already the Rich Star taken down, all able to trade with Furious Destroy. Trades back and forth, but Spartan popping off for Holly Springs this time. I think we see them getting taken out pretty early after they use the
One enemy remaining.
Sorry, takes one down. One more remaining, and it's Griffin. Bad position, but hey, Griffin popping off for their team. Now it's a 1v2 clutch that they need to pull off in the smoke. Not the best position.
Last player
Fire lines are
standing.
here, and they are going to strike
Attackers
true.
win.
There we go. Holly
knew it
Springs
would all
A
work
with
out.
the victory this
It
time.
always does.
Yeah, a problem starting to develop for Research Triangle was just not having that same level of team play that we saw from Holly Springs. I said it, they relied on ultimates, and once you get into overtime, everybody gets either 1 above the halfway mark of their ultimate, or 2, depending on what your ultimate is. And it wasn't the case, at least not enough to find their ults. Onster couldn't get enough kills for it, even though they've been fragging out all game. Bonsai ends up walking away with a 30 bomb, and they still lose in the first set of OT. So close, yet so far at the end of the day.
Unfortunate to say the least there for the side of Research Triangle. They gave it their all. They were doing so well at the beginning of it, 7-2 at one point, but then after that, the comeback train was started for Holly Springs. You can't count out any team, especially because they got it started before the first half of the best of 1 map was done. If it took them all the way towards the end, I could have easily seen Research Triangle getting the victory at the end there, but so many clutches here and there. We saw some great looks from Research Triangle too. I mean, they're able to get so many really big wins from Bonsai at the start, 3 kills and 4 kills, clutching it up in rounds 7 and 8. But then after that, they weren't really able to do too much. They weren't working as a team as we would have liked to see, and Holly Springs just got their number, spread out, and were working together as a whole unit instead of relying on their duelists.
I say this the exact same way about 2 separate conversations in the game. Clutches are very nice and ultimates are very nice, but you cannot rely on both of them to win you more rounds than you do as a team without them. Yes, an ultimate economy to keep on the board is very useful, and yes, having them available towards the later stages of a half or towards the later stages of regulation, English is hard, is nice, but they don't end up having as much as they needed to when it gets to OT and when ultimates become less of a factor, or more of a factor if you can end up picking them up. It's a very well-deserved win, and a 14-12 one, about as close as things could have gotten, even into the first round of OT.
Well, we're going to be heading on over to our first break of the day. That was just our first round that we've had, and we have a couple more to go. 3 more games that will be played. Trying to find the exact schedule that I had here for just a second, but we'll look at that. There we go. The next matchup is going to be Philip O'Berry versus JT Williams. Philip O'Berry on the defending side and JT Williams on the attacking side. So we're going to be taking our first break of the day, and after that, we'll be back with more Valorant VESL action. Welcome back, everyone, to the first day of many of the VESL Valorant High School qualifiers action. I am Vaudible. We got Time It to Light here, or TTL, or Times. You could call him Jeff, apparently, too. Nonetheless, though, we just saw an insane match, 14-12 finish between Holly Springs and Research Triangle. It was 7-2 at one point in the first half, and then a crazy comeback, 7 rounds in a row, eventually pushing it to an OT situation between the two teams. But it was Holly Springs who were the ultimate victors towards the end of it there. But we have another match here, TTL, that is about to be underway, and I heard that there's a video from Philip O'Berry, so let's take a look at that. We'll break it down afterwards.
What's up, y'all? My name is Tension, and I am the captain / IGL for the PLB Valorant team.
Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you and awkward silence. Don't you dare get me that way.
Yo, this is
I
so
don't
fucking
need reminders of that you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain. Listening to
nice. You got 5. You win this. You win it.
When it comes to team success, I feel like we're one of the stronger teams. Our only competition, I would say, is RGCal. We're coming for y'all. We're not losing, though.
perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish you would come one day. Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, won't you bet what's right through and choose high up through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start.
What's it?
Last player standing.
Oh my god!
Last year, I wasn't in the best mindset. We had the mindset of winning, but we didn't put the hours in. It really was hard trying to get over those humps. But coming back this year, we got a grudge. We're going into this with only the mindset of just winning and playing the best Valorant that we can play, playing high-level Valorant so we can get these dubs. We going all the way.
I'm in.
What's a girl to do? Lying on my bed staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that
Oh my god.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, that's the end of it. We already know what was going to happen there. There was the defuse coming out. But shout out to
100%.
Tension on the side of Philip O'Berry. The motivational montage. I like the music. The screams in there, too, that were kind of jump scares. And, you know, the highlight reel plays that we saw throughout that. Hopefully, after submitting a montage, Philip O'Berry gets the win here, though, because that'd be the worst thing to happen.
Imagine submitting a montage and then having a montage made against you in the first round of group
See,
stage.
That'd be what I would do if I was a competitor in this. If
I was playing this,
played before, yeah, totally.
if I was playing this, I'd have Metal open. I'd have Premiere Pro on another computer all ready to go. I'd have the
Hired an
montage
editor
made within
already.
5 minutes. It would be done. Fiverr would be open within 5 seconds of seeing that on stream. That's all I'm saying. I'm also saying, in that montage, we saw 5 separate roles played by
That's true.
just Fusion. I was noticing that they played Killjoy. I saw them in an Astra. They played Jet. I saw a Sova, a KO, and I think they were playing Astra a few more times after that. They were playing everything, it seemed, and they were doing well on everything. That was the scary part, in my personal opinion. They also killed NBA Youngboy and Muscle Mommy. So I don't know how I'm feeling on the other side. This is dangerous.
It is very dangerous. No NBA players or muscle mommies are going to be safe, depending on who's on the other team here.
Wait.
What we
I have a
seen from
serious
Global Bay.
question. Do you know who NBA Youngboy is?
I don't. Who is NBA Youngboy? Let me know and let the players know at home if they don't.
TLDR musician slash artist. There used to be a fun trend going around of NBA Youngboy fans walking into a function, and it's just them walking around like they're a muscle mommy. Actually, for that matter, it was like too like muscular for your own good. They
Oh
just-
gosh.
Very funny. Go Google it after this one.
I will
very funny.
definitely become one of those people, I guess, after this one. But it seems like our first match, or not first match, our second match is going to be Ascent, and potentially we might have a 4v5 between these two teams. I hope it's not Philip O'Berry with the 4 players, but hey, maybe with all the different roles that we saw, I think it was Tension, was able to play throughout that montage, that if it is them who don't have their 5th player, that they can do it anyway. Get the victory
that'd be
here at
fine.
VESL. Even if they don't have a full roster, they could still play. Just that, these teams can still be competitive and have a good time. One player re-downloaded the game at 55%, so we'll see what happens there. That's unfortunate.
I mean, North Carolina, they cover this event. Do they cover good network on the schools? That's the question. Because
That is a
55% is
very good
like
question.
you still got like 15 gigabytes. That's not terrible, and you got it for like 5 minutes to do it.
Yeah.
They should be okay. Some quick housekeeping things if anybody happens to be curious and you're here looking for other games. If you go to twitch.tv/VESLGG, you can watch Washington County take on Research Triangle. We just saw Research Triangle. If you're trying to watch them again, twitch.tv/VESLGG. Or if you want to go watch one of our quad streams, you can actually see Holly Springs take on Washington County later on. Actually, I think that's wrong. I
might
don't
be.
think Washington County's playing twice at the same time. They may be that good. I'm honestly not sure.
They
It
might
could-
be.
I'm gonna go find out actually, because we actually have that stream open. Or I have
It's
that
all
stream open.
good. I believe. Let me see. We're Monday here specifically. So right now.
Oh, it's Monday. You had to remind me. Oh,
Yeah, I know it's a
Jeez.
Monday. It's
Okay,
a Monday
okay.
for Valorant.
I got it. Okay, so everybody open up your YouTube. If you want to go watch any other games, youtube.com, look up VESL, and we have a quad box stream. Basically, it is a combination of 4 separate streams. 2 of them are currently active. We have West Craven taking on Cyber Academy in one game. That's on Bind. And Sun Valley is taking on Onlo on Split. The other 2 games, STEM Early College and Panthers Creek B, currently not active. That game should be coming back after this one. And I don't know what's happening after that.
I just
Elsewhere.
changed locations as well during the meantime. I had to teleport around the maps here and there to find the right one. But now we're ready. We got a nice cafe behind us, or over here. There we go. And hopefully we'll be able to spectate some good Valorant pretty soon. We're giving the players 3 more minutes to see if they can get that player into the lobby. But talking about Ascent, since we know this is the map that is available here, we saw
Right.
that there was more of a controller comp in the last one for the Lotus. Ascent, is there any specific meta when it comes to the comp, or is it still kind of like give and take?
The comp on Ascent has not changed for eons at this point. It has been the exact same 5 agents, and then sometimes you see some player who's much more comfortable in one specific agent, but still in the same role.
Fair.
The TLDR of things is you're going to see Jet, Omen, Sova, Killjoy, and KO. This is the map where KO is picked just about 90% of the time, or in terms of actual statistics, 71.84% of the time.
Imagine we don't get any KOs.
I would be so upset, but you're really looking at everybody else. All the other agents combined under KO have about a 70% pick rate combined. All of them combined, which is all but 5 agents in the game. So
That's pretty
a-
crazy.
yeah, this is the stock standard comp that has been in the game since, give or take, like 3rd act or so. It not much has changed, and it doesn't need to be. This is a fairly stock standard way of doing things. The only time you don't run this is if you see a team with a massive weakness and you need a specific agent to counter it. Doesn't happen all
It's
that
the first time these teams are playing too.
Yeah.
Some might be even playing for the first little bit without their full roster in this specific matchup. So that's why I'm curious too how that's going to lead to things. If that's going to change up, if it is going to be a 4v5 until they can make it 5v5 with the download speeds, depending on what that player's internet is like. That could be anywhere from like a couple minutes to an hour. And we won't see them in this game if that's the case for that, or even more so if they're on like dial-up or something. But I don't know how they're playing Valorant if they're on dial-up.
Imagine you're playing a game of Valorant, you're like competitively playing a grand finals, and your mom has to call your grandma, and you lose connection.
No.
Now, I wasn't alive in the era of early dial-up internet, and/or I wasn't using the internet in the era of early dial-up internet, but I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. Because that's how it was described to me by an old baseball coach. So I think I'm right.
I think I was around, not during the early eras of it, but like the end eras of it. It was a while ago. My memory's not the greatest. I'm a caster. I mean, that's how it goes. But still, though, waiting on updates for these players. It is the fateful time of 7:22, so we'll see if we do get into this match with a 4v5 or if it is going to be 5v5 between these two teams. Nonetheless, I mean, hey, that just means you get more time to chill here with us on the VESL GH channel. Talk about some Valorant, talk about some of the other the esports titles that are out there that are still to come for the VESL competitions. Next week is going to be Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and that will be our final one of the year before we go to those state regionals that'll be happening in January, and then the championships that'll be happening in February. So a lot of great competition coming down the pipeline. We've gone through most of the week so far. We started with Fortnite. I think after that it was Overwatch. We had Rocket League, Madden, and Smash Ultimate. Now we have Valorant, and then next week is going to end off with Call of Duty. And all the regionals will be completed going into the state regionals there for the lands themselves after everyone is qualified through those brackets. But it is confirmed 4v5. Unfortunately, the internet not good enough for that one player. We'll see if they join us later on. But we don't know which team is having the 4v5. I hope for Philippa Berry's sake after the montage, it's not them. Could you imagine if Tension's the player that's having to re-download the game? I mean, that would just be...
That would be awful. I'm
Spend
looking at
all
this...
their internet and all their data on making sure that they can make that montage in time, and then they can't play. That'd be the worst.
So I'm going to make a presumption and say it is Philippa Berry for the sole reason that JT Williams just played a different game. Interestingly enough, also on Ascent, that was against Ardry Kell. I'll find the score for you in about 40 seconds or so. But I don't know why they'd be randomly
Is Philippa Berry playing with 4? No!
I was wondering why they would just be randomly re-downloading.
Oh, that hurts.
Yep. The score for that one, if anybody happens to be curious, if you are just coming from the JT Williams game, you already saw it. And then it's 16-14 for Ardry Kell.
Wow.
As JT Williams just narrowly missed out. It was triple OT. I didn't know they were playing Counter-Strike. Also,
going as long as they can.
Another housekeeping thing, just before I forget. There's an asterisk on Call of Duty for everybody who's trying to sign up for it. It is 18 and older because it is a rated M game. So the state regulations on that one has gotten the better of esports, but you cannot compete in Call of Duty unless you are 18 or older. So keep that in mind if your team's trying to sign up.
Nonetheless, though, a lot of great competition here as well. This is the JT Williams stream. That is correct. Philippa Berry versus JT Williams, getting into the match as quickly as we can. Again, Philippa Berry playing with a player down after having a montage come out. Oh, the humanity. But it's going to be okay. Hopefully, for their sakes, it is a quick and easy defeat. But who knows? I mean, you don't know the level of the competition that you're going to be facing in these high school tournaments.
Yeah.
Especially because it's high school level competition. Some people might just be getting started. Maybe they just made a roster. But that could be the case for Philippa Berry here, too. Sometimes you might just have one really good player that can just frag out and take everyone on the other side by surprise. But we talked about that last game, TTL. You can't just rely on your ultimates and your ability to get the kills on the other team. So we'll see what happens here. But it does seem for Philippa Berry... Okay, Tension is there. I had to make sure. If Tension had that montage submitted and did not play, that would be the worst.
That'd honestly be hilarious. I'm not going to lie. I'm also curious as to what they do in terms of only having the 4v5, because your normal composition is going to be thrown out the window. Honestly, on both sides, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Your initiator selection is not KO Sova, it's KO Sky. That's not absurd. Jet still picked up here for JT Williams. You're running the Killjoy, understandably, and the Astra instead of the Omen. On the Philippa Berry side, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets locked in as of right now and Fire goes on to the Killjoy. You really don't need that second set of initiating utility, and there it is. I would like to see Brunch go onto the Sova rather than the KO. KO has good initiating utility to get yourself in, but Sova has it for information, and I vote info over flashbangs.
Oh, okay. Changing things up.
Oh, yes, they listened to me!
Instead, they did listen to you.
Let's go!
We do have a 5-minute delay, so whenever you guys see this, 5 minutes have already passed, so they aren't actually listening to us. But, I mean, they had the heads-up play. They knew exactly that they needed to change things up there if they wanted to have a chance to get the victory here. They haven't fully locked it in yet, but they are going to lock it in there, and there we go. This is going to be our comps. You talked about Jet. We haven't seen them yet, at least on the GH stream here, so I always love to see some Jet highlights.
Jet highlights are usually just, hey, prep the tailwind, get a kill, get the heck out of dodge.
Exactly.
It's like old Chamber highlights, but nobody plays Chamber anymore because he's kind of washed. I miss old Chamber because I just had my...
Bottom Frag Legend. What a title.
Wait, I didn't know.
That's
Is that my alt account?
Name.
Somebody steal my name?
Oh, man.
That's
I mean, that's my actual account. Sorry, guys. I had to sub in for them at the point in time.
Solo cast this one? Yeah, you're going to go play as the 5th? They're going to remake the lobby?
Easily, yeah. Let me just download Valorant again real quick. But nonetheless, 5v4, I mean, what can you do if you're in this situation? You gotta kind of treat it like you are, well, you know your teammates at least, but it's kind of like you're playing online, that you had someone disconnect. And what do you do in those situations?
I simulate as if I've lost the opening pick every round.
That's smart.
So
That's a smart way to think about that.
When you lose the opening pick and you start a 4v5, you'll win about 40 to 45% of the rounds on average, or teams who lose the opening duel win about 40 to 45% of those rounds. Sometimes it's on the lower side, 35, maybe even as low as 30. But if a team is just mechanically more gifted, that can be the case in high school. Remember, this is high school. It is not similar to semi-pro or pro levels where games can be close every single day of the week. I was extremely shocked that both of our first 2 games on the main and B streams ended up in triple OT and singular OT, respectively. I thought we were going to be done in the first 20 minutes, and we were going to be 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Not the case. And I am very, very happy to be behind schedule because I love close games. And Bottom Frag Legend apparently not having their game installed on SSD. They said my fault.
Oh, that
Easy
is
bake
how
oven.
it goes.
I don't know why everybody's saying, oh yeah, I play on an easy bake oven. I play on my Samsung fridge. You guys need to get good.
Oh, Bottom Frag's on a laptop. Oh no. So they are a player down and have a player on a laptop. They're going to be doing the best that they can. And if they win, that just feels even worse for JT Williams. You can't lose to someone who montaged on you before. It wasn't against you, but I mean, they presented it before you even played the match, and are a player down and have a player on a laptop. I mean, we'll see what they can do. But Ouroboros is chilling in their spawn, trying to see if anyone's going to come towards them and go from there on out. Tension. This was the start of the show of that montage. If you missed it, definitely go back in the VOD and pay attention to it. Or if you're watching on YouTube, pretty easy to just rewind there and shop on YouTube. Nonetheless, though, the flash comes out already, knows that at least a player is here. And hey, one player's already gone. That means that if you engage, you'll at least make it so that it's that much easier to take down the team. But Open Barry with the first blood.
An opening kill makes things a 4v4 that will only be the equalizing pick every single round. That smoke ends up missing towards CT. That gap could be a little bit more difficult to deal with. I don't know if they clear Boathouse. They don't. Mass ends up finding the kill on fire. Makes things a lot more reasonable to the defensive side of JT. It's back to a 3v3.
Got taken out by a player on a laptop. I'm going to keep saying that because that's exactly what is happening there. But Tension also looking
one enemy remaining.
Ouroboros getting in that one, but taken out themselves in stride. Spike already planted. Just got to hold the site. 2-on-1 situation. Shot too big. There they go.
Try harder.
Attackers on first. Barry will get that first round, and it's a good way to start out, especially if you have a player down.
Screw up and they're
2 kills for a player on a laptop. Can't believe it. In all fairness,
I love it.
Rocket League and Valorant are 2 games that I immediately think of that are like fairly optimized and would be fine on the laptop to play. Especially with some of the newer laptops, they're kind of like
They're
insane.
pretty good. Yeah. It depends on the laptop, you know. If it's one from like 3 years ago that you got on like a garage sale and then it's just barely able to connect to Wi-Fi, maybe not the best
Are
situation.
you running a school laptop? That's the question.
You know, it could be a school laptop too, but looking at the ping, 37, I mean, not bad. Typically, like laptops connections, if it is Wi-Fi, a lot worse than that. So probably hard-lined in at least for bottom frag legend, or just certain laptop to make them underestimate them, and I'd do that. Get any advantage you can.
It's the mental game. That is half the battle. Especially in a high school game similar to this one. Owl drone throw out. There is a star in front of them, so they'll have to deal with that. But information is freely there. Nano taken care of. It's Current, something to contend with, but aggression here for bottom frag legend. They walk straight through their teammate's Nanostorm, and they'll end up dying to not only that, but the classics as well. A 2v4, but they have the weapon advantage, and they have the spike down. Oh, no, they don't. They missed. Oh, you gotta hold it.
Oh, no. That should come on. Okay, I think they're just getting a better position on it. Saw the Nova was pushing them. They had time to do it too. Getting some eco from that as well. 4v2 situation. I mean, they're gonna have to get used to this in any scenario anyway.
Last player
Willing to
standing.
push, and everyone pushing was gonna take them down, but doing the best they can. Not enough though. Overwhelmed by the numbers, and the defuse will come out to tie things up.
A valiant effort.
Thrifty.
Nothing doing there for Philip O'Berry. And JT Williams played to their strengths to near perfection. What they did, the original setup was disengage and wait for over-aggression, play the player advantage that you'll have just by default in the round. They actually find 2 separate kills in that engagement. If it wasn't a 2v4, if that's a 3v4, it's a completely different conversation. But it wasn't. If, ands, or buts are not absolutes, and it is JT Williams absolutely that second round victory and time things up.
Pretty good for the most part there. Do just that now. Already Philip Berry saving their strength for the next round, going with another pistol round, it seems like, for the most part here. No rifles, just luck. Sheriff on lock for Fire, who's done pretty well for themselves as far as getting kills to open things up. They got the first one of the game. Can they get more where that comes from? Looking for something. Can't get it. Missing a couple
Spike
shots.
down. Last player
Make
standing.
it 3.
Sheriff out. Fire needs to do just that at 3 people. First player is going to be up on catwalk with them. Shoulder scene, but Vandal just better. It's 2-1 JT Williams, taking full advantage of their default man advantage.
Man advantage, gun advantage, even though we did see Fire pop off as best they could. Was it not proven to be enough for Philip O'Berry to get that round? But now they have all the armor and everything else that they could hope for. Tracker with a sniper on Doc. See what they can do with this one for JT Williams' side.
Here. Keep up.
My question is for Philip O'Berry. How do they try to aggress with the player disadvantage? Is it just a, hey, let's hold W in any direction every round? Because I was talking about this earlier. Yeah, you don't want to play the same because it's not the same game, but at the same time, you also kind of need to run your defaults similarly to how you would lose an opening regularly. It becomes a little bit more difficult than it would like to be. And aggression seems to be an early option, but Trailblazers used, everybody runs for the hills, and also everybody's seen.
They know that they're there, they know that they're running, they know that they're rotating, and they're trying to see if they can catch them down main, but no eyes on it yet. Taking the full run around towards the B site instead. One player on JT Williams getting in position. I believe that's the KO in Indigo on the side there, as well as Ouroboros backing them up. Full rotation coming out. KO waiting patiently in the corner. Don't spot him just yet, but they have the angle to get the shot. One down. Maybe can't get the second one here. Good smoke to back themselves up. Only drop one player. It's even Stevens between these two, even with Philip Berry.
Oh,
man down.
They used it from the shadows.
30 seconds
This is
left.
a great setup. What they used it from the shadows to get back into the site
Spike
and force the
down,
Astro away from the catwalk. The issue is bottom
player
frag legend
standing.
stuck on the stairs there, and from the shadows just unsuccessful again. Attention was stuck from a distance. One tap onto the opper. Good night tracker. Talk about getting tracked themselves. Paranoia will land onto one close range. A second actually from distance. All
10
three of them
seconds
pop by it.
left.
The problem is there's only 10 seconds left, and they do not have the spike currently in their possession. It's actually stuck on the button, no less, in the 3 second round of foregone conclusion. It's just a matter of whether they save over the weapon. The answer doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. The Astro will reswing them and shut them down. Ouroboros, nice shot. 3-1 JT Williams.
I think that was an important kill there too. I mean, they didn't necessarily need it, but it does shut them down, as you mentioned, made it so that they couldn't save their weapon. They're going to have to use their econ to make sure that they can buy things up. But attention, taking their time here, seeing exactly what they want to go for, getting the full rifle, but not all the shield that they would want instead. Out of options there for themselves, and would have been fully kitted if they were able to hold on to it. Put themselves in a good spot, but maybe pushed a little bit overzealous towards the end to see if they can make anything possible, but ran out of time towards the end of it. 3-1 though, looking pretty good for JT Williams. About what we expected up to this point in time, but Philip Barry, I mean, they've been putting up a pretty decent fight, even though they start 4v5 with this series.
Lockdown is a fake. Guiding Light catches one player. That should bait over a little bit of a rotation. The issue is, they're not actually pushing B off the back of this. They need something to work with. A swing through mid. Bottom frag Legend, there's the Marshall, there's the opening duel. And that makes it the even 4v4. I hate bringing that up. Oh, you've won an opening pick. Now you're back to even. That's going to be the case. It is a uphill battle from the start of every round for Philip Obey.
Oh, there comes the snipe on the other end though. Tracker. So strong like we saw last round and able to get another pick themselves. And I remember you talking about like what is the game plan when you are down a player trying to go for it. Well, bottom frag Legend just waiting for them to be in their sight lines and get that kill on the angle, but nonetheless, big thing here too is that you can't gather information if you have a player go down to that opening frag, and that's the big thing that we haven't been able to see from Philip Barry. They haven't got the information we've wanted from them, but bottom frag Legend making the most of it, just
30
moving
seconds
around
left.
and being a sleuth throughout the map here on Ascent. Crunch on the plan this time for Philip Barry. 2-on-2 situation, both ults in their favor. It's a good spot for them.
This is a little bit of an over-dedication. The plant towards the backside of Generator. Bottom frag Legend is stuck in hell, and they can't really push out of this, at least not safely. Their help is over towards the button, at least towards the door, and they've actually re-extended, but that fragment is going to miss.
One enemy remaining. Last player
There's one more
standing.
shot coming in. It's not going to be enough. Pistol shot
sacrifice
from
for nothing.
with the finish. Thrifty is what we like to see. Takes things back into control. Philip Barry, they tied things up. We don't like to say it, but that is where things started off strong for Philip Barry. You need to get those opening picks if they want to have a chance in this game.
And bottom frag Legend, not really living up to their name, and it's the greatest thing they could do. 4 kills in that round. Almost found the ace, but they were sleuthed out themselves from that bottom position. And JT Williams, now's the time where you revitalize your defense. Operator again on the board for Tracker. I like this decision. Keep with what's working. The issue is if you're over-dedicating yourself to that Operator, you can force yourself out of position more often than not. That's kind of what we saw in that previous round. Over-dedication comes back to bite them.
Now it comes down to what their game plan is to start out here between these two teams. Going again towards A. Nothing being used yet to reveal their position. You could hear the turret was picked down by the Killjoy on the other side. Going to be able to use their own drone to get some vision as well. Haven't really spotted anyone out just yet, but I think they'll find them. Pushed on to side. Bottom frag Legend takes them out themselves. Now going for the plant, making sure that they get this extra vision as well. Know that they're coming from top. Got to be careful though on this push.
There's so many different options. That's the main problem starting to set in for JT Williams. They over-dedicate without all that much help, and Indigo isn't there with the flashes. Grassy still finds one. Tracker with one of their own on that set of blades, but they still aren't out of dodge just yet.
Last player
It
standing.
comes down, waiting for something here. Fire. Oh, what a shot too from Tracker. The knife goes through. The defuse comes out as well. Good look from JT Williams, and it will be them getting the victory again against Philip Barry, but not an effort by Philip Barry to get onto the site.
I was talking about that over-dedication towards the Operator. That problem is mitigated when you build up a Blade Storm fairly early in this game. Use the Blades, basically use it as an AR, and it ends up working in your favor. 2 kills to close it out. 2 really nice shots up from heaven as you drop down below. 3 frags is there. You had what you were looking for, and that's the most impactful part. You know what you have to adjust, and then you do so properly. Great showing from Tracker individually, and for the rest of the team to step up. The only problem I see there, they went a little bit too early. They didn't have help. It could have been much worse. It could have been a round loss because Indigo had flashes, and they didn't take advantage of that.
And they were so far away from the action too, trying to flank around and get a better angle on the situation as it was developing. But as you mentioned, it worked well enough for them. Of course, Tracker getting the opening frag onto Fire this time, and Fire seems to be the first one going down almost every single time. Trying to see if they can take Tracker down from mid early on, but Grassy, excuse me, getting that. Bottom frag legend from behind, though. Tracker
Last player
and
standing.
Here we go. Almost able to take down one more, but it will be the Omen. Tension remaining the highlight reel player themselves, but we haven't seen enough out of them to prove that they can pull this off just yet. But luckily enough for them,
Oh my.
it's not full health on it to Ouroboros for the Astra.
Wait, they split the turret. This is a problem. Because the Killjoy exited the effective radius of the turret, they've split this and the defense has no idea. They think the A site is safe. They haven't fully checked their flank. Just now, they will. But as mid is smoked, it could very well bait over rotation, and it may very well do just that. Tension with one, looking for a second. No, will not be able to find it. Mass, very well aware, and finds the refrag they're looking for.
That is so unfortunate for Philip Berry. They needed that victory there. Would have brought it 4-3, made it that much closer between the two teams, but now not really a good look from them when it was all eyes on the prize for Tension. Could have pulled off the 2v1. And again, one of the players had their health so low that they just needed to one-tap them to get the finish on it. But nonetheless, great looks from JT Williams, making sure that they're not getting overwhelmed, taking their time too, and unfortunately, with the way the Tension was playing the Omen, using their ability in the wrong direction, the 50-50 didn't work out. Otherwise, if they did get a stun onto them, there wasn't anything that they could have done.
No, it was a smoke. It was a bait smoke.
Smoke, excuse me.
Yeah. I think the intention was to bait them over. So they used it
okay.
as they were trying to, but it was just, it looked weird, especially from that direction. Shockbolt, well used. Tracker forced out. Second one doesn't land. You need line of sight for Shockbolts to land. Good flank watch. Tension finds that kill, steps up. The issue is it's still that 2v4, and Brunch just held down their A key, strafed the wrong direction, and died because of it.
RIP in chat. F's in chat. That's all you got to say for Philip Berry, the way things have been going in this round and the last few so far. All eyes on Tension yet again. Seeing what they're going to be going for this go-around. Instead, they're going to be using their Shrouded Step to get around the map a little bit, maybe into a better position, see if they can bait anyone out to a different angle that they might expect them to be instead, but it's a 4-on-1 situation with Tension as the clutch, and they've been able to do it. We saw it in the montage. We got one there onto Mass.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. That is right. Not the best spot so far for them, but they could potentially pull this off. They got to put down Indigo. They get one. They can't get the third, though. Valiant effort nonetheless, and the defenders again, of course, win this one.
I'm extremely surprised that Philip Berry, a lot of these rounds are keeping it close, but at the end of the day aren't able to finish off a couple of these kills. Tension, what's up? We had the montage, we had the clutch potential in the video. We need to see it in the game, and we're not seeing it here. 9-7 is a good showing. Bottom Frag Legends is a similar scenario, 10-7 on the Jet. The problem is the early gunfights aren't going their way as often, and Tracker, if they live, the round usually goes JT Williams' way.
Especially with those opening frags onto Fire. I mean, every single time almost we see Fire go down early. They haven't been able to get a kill in a couple of rounds here, and they really need to change things around. They were looking really good for their team before. They haven't even been able to use any of their utility. Put a turret up, excuse me, be a target for the other team in that fashion, but the stun already came out for them. They know that someone's pushing onto A, and they've pretty much got both sites locked down. They are confident that they can hold any site regardless because of the way these last few rounds have gone.
Last round.
Second
again,
time.
we're seeing Fire get caught out. It's information. It should be good enough. Turret's gonna go around this corner. Nice shock dart. It's actually a recon, but it misses. This is a problem. They may think this corner's gonna be Fire. They do clear. They'll find the headshot. They'll still be headshot themselves.
Last player standing.
Nice dash away. And the finish comes out from Tension though. Okay, double tap, takes one, and then the second. But again, we saw the situation before. It was a 4-on-1 situation. Now it's a 3-on-1. What can Tension do here? Gonna find the best position to plant the spike so that they can defend it all angles. Speaking of all angles, that's where everyone is coming from. JT Williams, they know they have the numbers on their side, but they just need to hold on as best they can. There they go.
Tension would have been an ace clutch again. I believe that's 3 rounds in a row where it would have been an ace clutch scenario for Philip Berry. They just could not find it at the end of the day. Valiant effort, sure, but you really limit yourself in terms of your variability when you're stuck inside that held position. The only way that you can keep that over is if you end up walking away with that first kill and then use from the shadows to reposition. Wasn't the case for Tension.
1 second, peeps. I gotta visit the Astral to place some stars.
And we've seen this situation happen a couple of times here too for Tension. In those last few rounds, being the last player remaining for them, bottom frag Legend. I think in the last, 4 rounds, they haven't been able to get a single kill either. So they have been targeted and shut down so many times. We need to see them step up to the plate for their team, but also really just goes to show JT Williams the positioning so well every time. Fire in a bad spot, missed already. Already called out with the audio cues and visual cues from that too. And really, I feel like they need to find a different way to push onto these sites because what they've been doing so far these past few rounds has not been working.
I wouldn't hit a W key here. I really
Slow
wouldn't.
and steady.
You have a flash, or at least a paranoia. That's your closest thing to a flash on the attacking side. Throw that to catwalk and just hold W. You have one player that's going to swing you from stairs, another from market, and multiple rounds fire. And you noted the market player. Well, you know the stairs player. That's the question.
Oh, no.
Not until they kill you. And you still haven't cleared catwalk. There's one. Make it 2 for Tracker.
Spike down B.
Ouch. That's all I gotta say after that one. Ouch. That is so unfortunate there. 4-on-1 situation, 5-on-1, excuse me, situation there. Everyone just walking into the mousetrap. And this first half, very likely to be heavily favored, even more so for JT Williams. I don't see them stopping now with the way the rounds have been going.
Some stars in the
It's been
Astral
slowly
plane.
being stripped away by Philip O'Berry, but it all started with them having a player down at the start of it. I'm so curious
Right
on
there.
how things would have gone if they didn't have that player down. But again, there's been
Right
chances for clutches by Philip O'Berry with Tension. Not this past round, but the 3 before that for them to get 3 kills or 4 kills even. They've had some decent positioning, but just missing their shots here and there.
Paranoia just found 2 players A main. The issue is nobody has taken A main on this attacking side. And the question there remains, why not? Why give them all that space? Because you're sitting at the top of mid now, but they're about to flank you. Watch it, 3 seconds, you can get shot from behind. If you're not careful, it's exactly what happened. Aster finds one,
player
Grassley finds a
standing.
second. That's the round. It's a
Spike
1v4.
down mid.
I didn't have the chance to talk before all players were killed on
Last
Philip O'Berry.
round in the
And,
half.
That's how quickly things have snowballed. We talked about snowballs before. That's exactly what we saw happen here. JT Williams, they are just ready to close out the series and
play
say
some
GG go
stars in
next
this
into the
reality?
last one for their group of the day, I believe. As they're looking pretty good so far with the way that they've been performing. But again, it's
Need a
been
drop.
against a team that's been a player down throughout this series. Now they are going all snipers, doing what they can here. One shotgun for their other player, able to pick up the Vandal instead for Ouroboros, but they're having fun with it. You know, I respect it.
Blinded.
Who needs a single op, double op, quadruple op?
Quadruple op.
That is the meta nowadays. And oh my goodness, Ouroboros is just gonna hold up. They don't care. The only one with the rifle ends up finding an opening kill. And they'll end up getting away with their life. Yeah, they're detained, but it's not gonna matter. Hunter's Fury detected
Spike
and
planted.
used, but so too now is the command.
Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
Grassley took one. Fire finally after, I think it was, what, 6 rounds, getting their first kill. The defuse coming out. So it goes to first half domination for JT Williams. Only 3 more rounds as the switch comes through, but I feel like even
Switching
with
sides.
the switching sides for Philip O'Berry being defense, I don't know how well they're going to hold on here.
My question still remains for Philip O'Berry. What is the change? The issue for their defensive side, I was really looking at their attack and saying that had to be good. But their defense, usually you have a fairly even split. You put 2 players B, 2 players A, and 1 mid. Or you could put 3 A and 1 kind of hesitates mid through catwalk, and 2 B where 1 hesitates mid through market. You have a lot of options. They don't. With 4 players, you have basically a 2-2 split every time, or you just stack and hope it works, and or you try and retake. They are playing at a player disadvantage already, plus an extra couple player disadvantages on a specific site if they guess wrong. Luckily, it seems like they've guessed right to start.
Blocking sight.
See how O'Berry holds on to things here. I'm liking the way that JT Williams are pushing into the site. Some good vision, but Tracker taken out early. for the side of JT Williams, but
Spike
Tension
down
taken out
A.
early 2 for them.
That spy carrier's down.
For something does get 1 onto Indigo. Brasky, not the best positioning, almost blinded themselves, but still kind of worked out. They're just holding on to the site as best as they can.
Last player
Some
standing.
shots on, got the spike, but
Spike
hey,
down
there we go.
A.
2-on-1 situation. This is exactly what we want to see for Philip Berry.
Seen clutches from Mass before, though. This is not unreasonable. Benefit to the defensive side, there's a turret in front of them, so they have that level of redundancy. They also have the alarm bot on the flank. That allows them to really focus on this site. They know where the spike is. They know, at least they are presumptive as to where Mass is coming from. It is either here or defender spawn. Which,
coming back.
it's not defender spawn, but they're still aware of the possibility. The question is, when does Mass start to go? They have 35 seconds on the clock. The turret in front of them will see them. They'll have to take it out, and then they'll have to look at different directions.
30
while doing
seconds
so.
left.
They'll take out the turret. Sheriff on the board still, as is the classic, and it'll be the
missed the
classic to
shots.
close it. Philippa Berry, they win the second half pistol. There's a step in the right direction.
That it is a step in the right direction, but is it too little too late is the question here, as they did pretty good for themselves in that round, able to get what they want. Bottom frag legend, picking up the Marshall, I believe, again there too, so see how they can fare with it. Worked decently the one time they were able to get a frag, but they weren't able to do much after that.
Placing
So
swarm grenade.
need to see if they can change their fate.
Placing swarm
Off out
grenade.
like we saw Tracer able to, or Tracker, excuse me, able to do before in the previous rounds. Already 19 kills too.
Sentry.
The amount of rounds that we've played so far. Crazy to see the performance from them up to this point. But Philippa Berry waiting on towards the B side, and they have chosen correctly for the most part, but the majority of their players. But 5-on-2 situation, if it's a full push, just press W. I feel like if you're JT Williams.
Not pressing W is overrated. Just hold W, you're good to go. Round over, you win the game. I wouldn't hate that on the defensive side. They have an opening pick. We're back to even, 4v4. Utility is set up on this site. You have everything you need, but I believe it has been sealed. So even if you try and push this in the attack, there's no guarantees. And they've actually circumvented it. They're voiding Catwalk, and it's the correct decision. This is a great call.
Last player standing.
But the defense able to get so many frags that time too, taking out the entire team. They avoided Catwalk, as you mentioned. It was a great decision, but as soon as they ran into the Catwalk, it was just a firing squad awaiting them, and that's exactly how things went down. Philippa Berry, 2 in a row for the first time in this game.
Back to back, and now is the start of the comeback, or is it? That's the real question. Is it a statistical outlier? Is it pistol and conversion just because they happen to be
Yeah, I
better
think
with
it was
lesser
pistols.
weaponry? I don't know. This is where that same
was
litmus
a weird
test
take.
comes through. We'll see it. I don't know. I think JT Williams probably take this. They have rifles. They have the utility they want. They're going to the A site. If they don't win this round, color me
And
surprised.
start to question things. Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point in time, based on what we've seen so far, good at defending, but it's a whole different ballgame when you switch sides, and you get to see as things progress here. Oh, Tracker not really able to get on top of the crate, so the best position that they could have hoped for. Down some HP too, but they do down one of the players on the other end. Mass taken out by bottom frag legend. So 4-on-3 situation. The spike does get planted. Help them regardless of how the round goes in their favor or not.
Right
The eco patiently waiting for the door to enter. Rasty got one down for brunch, and just only 2 players remain for Philippa Berry. Seems like an inevitability that JT Williams will take this round.
One enemy remains.
Broken, as is the head of bottom frag legend. Down to just tension. 1v4, wins the first fight, has a reasonable shot, sure, but not all that likely of one. Paranoia even missing as they were aiming for Tell. And they'll try and fight with Indigo, but they'll be sent right back to where they were aiming earlier. JT Williams, 11, Philippa Berry, their saving grace of lesser weaponry has exited stage left.
It has. We were talking about a potential for a comeback. Well, that potential has been squashed after that round win by JT Williams. Only 2 more away from claiming victory in it. There's a best-of-1 series between these 2 teams.
Here.
Philippa Berry, I mean, they've been giving it their all, but we've seen so many chances for tension. Montage making
Stay
themselves
safe.
to pop off, clutch up for their team, but they have not been able to do it. Now that they are having to have an eco round of their own, it's going to be a difficult position to bounce back from. They'd be 1 round away, teetering on the edge of elimination, at least in this matchup. From then on out, to have to pull off a full comeback to at least OT. They need this round win, or else they're not going to have much of a chance.
Again, the W key. And again, it seems to be working. Bottom frag leg shotgun unsuccessful in finding what they were looking for. And it's going to seem like another post-plant position. Yeah, this is a problem. I mean, I don't hate the fact that Philippa Berry are disengaging on the site. They just don't have the players for it. But at the same time, you have to start defending at some point.
They haven't been defending it all these last 2 rounds, been giving it all up to their opponents. Haven't lost anyone just yet, but don't really have much to get back to that house. Fire with 1 down onto Indigo, so it does even things up for a second, but only 1 ultimate available for JT Williams. What they can do is take 1 Flores taken out though. What a great shot.
Hello.
On a frag legend though, all eyes on them to see what they can do here. Grassy.
Last player standing.
He's gone until
1
they're
enemy
alive.
remaining.
One-on-one situation. Health down though. And Nass is gonna finish it off, and there we go. 1 away from the victory here. JT Williams.
Yeah. JT Williams coming into things, obviously the favorite, having the 5 players on their team, but individual step-ups, apart from just having the automatic player advantage. Tracker's 22-10, taking the predominant part of their fights with an operator in the first half, and everybody else is still supporting in their own way. Mass has been amazing with the utility. Indigo has been initiating. I brought that up as a concern earlier on. That hasn't really been as much of one since. And Grassley, it's looking about as good as they can for Sky. Still participating in a lot of fights, still getting a couple kills, and most importantly, guiding lights have been about as impactful as they can be.
Mass shooting their own teammate, just having a good time with it. See if they can bait anyone out too with the shots, revealing their location for a second, but nobody falling for it just yet. Nobody in the center of the map as they are just positioning, focusing on B, knowing that the other team is there, trying to focus on one side at a time. I feel like it's a wise decision for Philippa Berry. They don't want to split their resources too much. The flank is coming out from Mass, clutched up in the last round. Who else but Montage making themselves on the other end, waiting for them to peek. They do get 1 down from Tracker. Back into the smoke too, and they get away with murder. So does Fire. So does Tension again. It's completely changed around in favor of Philippa Berry, but Mass.
Indigo should be finished off here.
Last player
1v3.
standing.
This would be to close out the game, and the door closed on Mass. They should not have all the opportunities. This one, they'll be tapped out from distance as well. Fire will take out the doppelganger. Philippa Berry stay alive. They still need 7 straight rounds to keep it up on the board.
We'll see it when we see it. I'm not saying it's not possible, but based on what we have witnessed so far, 2 rounds in a row is the maximum we have witnessed from Philippa Berry, but this is the closest that they've gotten to having multiple rounds in this half. 3 out of the 5 so far, doing pretty good for themselves. It's the best they can on defense, but
Don't overthink
this is also an ego round for JT Williams. Wise from them. They have a lot of creds to work with, but they don't want to quickly have it go in the favor of Philippa Berry multiple rounds in a row. They have a lot of rounds to spare after this one, so taking their time and seeing if they can get the wins just with some sheriffs in tow.
Full weapons are overrated. Timing may go Indigo's, way. He swings this properly.
Ooh, almost.
Body shot only found, but luckily enough, they do still have that regrowth available. And they have the sight. Again, it's a retake required of Philippa Berry. And it's playing on the backside of triple. This is not one that'll be easily discerned.
Oh, it won't be. Intention already down 2. 3-on-5 situation. Grasty with the opening frag for their team. Tracker. Decent shots, but nothing accurate enough to get them an even stronger case for the victory in this series. Fire does take 1 down to even the odds for them, but time is not on their side. It's of the essence for Philippa Berry to try and bounce back here.
1 enemy remaining.
And the info. Lockdown being used. Brunch was find 1. I don't know if the lockdown's going to be taken care of. It does. It does get shut down. No availability of that same utility, but still Brunch with the spray! He finds 2, but does he have the time? That's the real question. Ever so close, ever so narrow, but just not close enough. 1 second, the difference between Philippa Berry and staying alive. Does not happen. JT Williams will take it 13-5.
We were waiting for the clutch from Philippa Berry throughout that entire game. It happened at the end, but it was all too late. Time was not on their side. Time, you were on the other team's side before, but you weren't on the side of Philippa Berry this go around. Instead, it will be defeat for Philippa Berry as JT Williams take the victory. And look at Tracker topping the leaderboard for the most part. But hey, fragging out in that last half for the side of Philippa Berry. I would love to see a rematch between these two teams with their full rosters, because I can only imagine having that 5th player on Philippa Berry, how things would have been different.
I have two schools of thought on this one. If Tracker didn't exist and it was a 4v4, this game probably ends 13-11 or 14-12 or 15-13.
I could definitely see
if
that, yeah.
somebody was there to counter Tracker, if the 5th player was indeed like the main fragger, other than maybe Tension as we saw, you're looking at a completely different game. It's a similar scenario, could have been much closer, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't. It feels bad, man, moment, I gotta say. Gotta have your 5th ready, though. Rules are rules. And that one, unfortunately, comes back to bite them.
Well, depending on how tiebreakers may go and what their other matches were, at least they were able to get some rounds in their favor. It was 13-5 at the end of it. It wasn't a complete stomp throughout most of it, and the second half they looked a lot stronger. It was just too late at that point in time because they had so many rounds against them. Eco round happened, and they were still able to get the victory and do well for them for JT Williams on that end. But we still have 2 more matches tonight, so we're going to be taking a quick break. Then after that, we have CEEC, and South Met coming up next. Welcome back to the VESL High School Valorant qualifiers. I'm Vaudable. We got Time Delight here as well in the booth. And unfortunately, we have another 4v5 situation ahead of us. I know. Maybe this team will be able to clutch it up like the other one couldn't with Philip O'Berry in that last series against JT Williams. But this one, we have Seek facing off against South Mech, and that's CEEC for that. But we're going to call them Seek to make it so much easier on ourselves. This is also going to be on Ascent to TTL. So, I mean, we'll at least have some familiar backgrounds, as I have not left my location just yet because we've still been in the same map.
Yeah, you're still sitting in front of like the little cafe bar type thing.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I like the little backdrop. I gotta say, I like the bland dorm backdrop personally.
Nice. Who
I
knows?
might-
Maybe I have the exact same background behind me, but I got this green screen up instead.
I have a green screen, but it doesn't cover the entire like thing without being.
Oh, it's the
on
worst
my
when
back.
those happen. Yeah.
So I have to like zoom in. I'd have to be like you.
Just be super close to the camera. There we go. Well, we're going to be getting closely along with the action pretty soon. That didn't really work, but nonetheless. Between these two teams, Seek and South Mech. South Mech with their full roster, Seek with 4. But again, we have no idea on the skill level of these players till we see them on the stream. So your guess is as good as ours on how good the teams are going to fare. Is this going to be the first team with 4 players to dominate the ranks and make it into the main event, or at least win their first matches of the group stage today? We'll have to see it once we get on to the map itself and what the comp is going to be. I mean, we talked about the comp last time. And just go back to my notes. Jet, Omen, Sova, Killjoy, and Raze, I believe. Or no, not Raze, KO was what we expected to see from that. And we saw a little bit of a departure from that on the side of JT Williams. I'm curious if we see, just to stick to the old faithful this time between the team that has 5 players.
Yeah, that's my guess. I don't see any reason for them to change it. Again, I'll say it a few times throughout this week, most likely, as we see Ascent more and more. Sometimes these compositions do not rely as much on people staying on them, and they rely a little bit more on how comfortable a team can be. They don't need to play exactly on meta, but if they're playing against a team that's at a similar skill level in terms of either mechanical skill or game intellectual skill, then sticking on that meta can be much more impactful. Already we're seeing South Mech not go with the meta composition. Locked in Phoenix. A Yoru's being hovered.
Yoru as well?
Raze is
Okay.
as well. I know there's a mentally ill Sova who is playing Sova. So at least they're locking in their namesake.
Are they going with Harbor too? Is that Harbor? I might be mistaken.
Harbor.
But,
You were
oh my
mistaken.
gosh. Okay. They're just messing around here a little bit. Gecko
There's
too. That'd
Gecko.
be fun. You know what? If you are playing 5v4, might as well play whoever you want. That's what I got to say.
I mean, you
They
might as
are
well just
going
hold
Harbor.
W, take full advantage of the fact that you have a player advantage from the start of the round. You're seeing the switch to the Sky. I like the Sky here. You like a nice little combination between Sova and KO, to be completely honest. A little concuss as well. It's like combining Sova, KO, a little bit of Astra, and Sage for heals.
It's interesting, to say the least, between these two teams. Seek versus South Mech. We have the Phoenix, we have Harbor, we have Ascent between these two rosters. 4v5. Love the name on the other side, though, for South Mech. Need a E-Kitten. As Valorant as it could get for a name.
And even without proper grammar, you need an E-Kitten. Ugh,
Exactly.
can't believe it. Moving Alt Orb. That's funny.
That
That
is
is
very funny.
that is basically saying, oh yeah, I'm feeding. I'm a free kill, come find me.
Also, the Sky on the side of Seek, their name translates to stupider than you in Vietnamese. So that's what we'll be saying for their name. But still, Loki is the easiest name and the most simple one that we have in this entire lobby.
And I
And
can't
then
figure
I
out
lost, also spelt not I with like the letter I, but I-E-Y-E.
I love that. That's creative.
I like that. That is creative.
I saw one yesterday in Rainbow
It's
Six
Scorpion,
Siege.
but Scorpion.
Scorpion.
I like that.
I saw one yesterday in Rainbow Six Siege. So the old tier 2 of Rainbow Six Siege was called Challenger League, or CL. And somebody
Nice.
has had a series of nicknames that all included the letters CL, but CL was taken in Rainbow Six, and you'd have to add a bunch of letters at the end of it. So instead, they made it CL, but it's CYEL. You over-enunciate the C, and it's like LOL with EL. Yeah. That was
Or you
creative.
do like SEAYELL.
CL. That's not bad.
Yeah. That could work too. Pablo's Extra Bar instead of Pablo's I can't even say the last name.
Pablo Escobar.
Escobar. There we go. Thank you. Messed me up there.
Maybe they're hanging out in front of the bar with you.
Exactly. You know, they're having a good time on Ascent. They're getting ready, warmed up, and everything else they can. Maybe on laptops. Who knows? But we'll have to see how these teams do against each other once we get directly into the game itself. Still loading in, I believe. But hey, as I say that, perfect timing, on cue and everything. We were told ahead of time. No, we actually weren't. But we're ready to see how Seek does against South Met. Can they do what Philippa Berry couldn't do on Ascent before? Frag out, get the victory, and it proved that you don't need all 5 players because, you know, one random might make your team just not motivated enough for the victory.
Okay, I'm going to say it. If Seek gets any more than 4 rounds, they win the game in this first half. In
the first half. That's
a
good qualifier, yes.
Yeah. They can't physically win with 4 rounds. However, the litmus test is if you can play well with player disadvantages immediately on the defensive side, the presumption then becomes you can play even better on the attack. So I think if they go 8-4 down, they could reasonably go 8-4 back up in the second half. It's just going to come down to opening duels and how well they look. I don't know if the Omen was just seen. They put in the dark cover.
They were at all. Yeah.
They weren't. Oh, nope, the ping. It seems like they're aware of the possibility. Haven't found the kill, and there's the walkout, there's the damage. 6 HP for Pablo's Extra Bar.
Somehow escaped
and they're
with
so
just
AFK.
a drink in their hands afterwards. It still is even between these two now. Worked out well enough for Seek on the defensive end. The good thing here, too, is that they're taking their time. They're disengaging. They know they don't need to overcommit on the defensive end. And that was also the difference, too, that... what was it? Philippa Berry, they started on the attacking side, and they were down a player, too, and it took them a while to get around for the most part there. They got the first round, but then couldn't really get much afterwards. Nita E-Kitten, though, able to get the first one for their team, for South Mech. Makes it already a decent advantage for them. Switching on over to the A site, fully pushing together as a team.
No, reminder, this is a 3v3. The Sova you can see at the bottom of your minimap is still AFK from the spawn. So this is a true 3v3. I don't know if they've disconnected or otherwise, but they are not in this round. And, more importantly, Pablo's Extra Bar is on 6 HP. 2 things to keep in massive mind, especially as they fall to a shotgun.
Shots coming out. There they go down yet again. Phoenix.
Last player standing.
Waiting for it. I don't know how they missed them. Somehow they're missing themselves, though. Need to E-Kitten. Can't get anything. Having to reload. I get shot in the back here. In front of them, they're putting the shot down. The Omen can't do anything. Clutching it up for their team. On fire themselves, and that's exactly what they do for the win for the attacker side for South Mech. It could have been won by Seek, but they threw it away with their positioning.
I'm joining our VESL admin in questioning whether this is a tech pause or not. Yeah, it is. So it does seem like they had some technical issues from the start and were not able to join up. And South Mech win the 4v4. So there's your answer as to how well that may go. I don't hate that. I don't hate the setup, but really not clearing that corner without having any prior information, that Phoenix is a game winner right there. And I don't know how the shorty doesn't kill him point blank, but sure, I guess.
That's how it goes. You know, when you're expecting it to kill point blank and it doesn't, that's exactly when the gun jams and you're facing a bear and you don't know what to do in that situation except try and run, and they couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So,
unfortunate
spot
finish.
to be in.
Yeah. This is also a scenario where that would have been a great round to start. In the 4v4, you would have had the benefit of playing a truly even round. Now, the fact they didn't know it was a truly even round makes things a little bit more difficult. They had no clue the Sova was exiting stage left. They hadn't seen the Sova all round, but unless somebody opens up their scoreboard in the middle of the round and intently looks, hey, how's their ping? And sees one player without a ping that's moving or without a ping period, they would have no idea. So it's just nobody's going through that real difficult sleuthing process while trying to play a 4v4 and pistol round.
That was a must-win for the side of Seek, especially because they had the advantage in players. They were doing really good for themselves. It was just the positioning towards the end. And they got the opening frag, too, I believe it was. So it was even a 4v3 early on, early on in that, too. So bad spot for them to be in. The DC comes out, though, so it does reset things, make it so that they can think back on their mistakes for that first round. And, again, it is just the first round. We saw the first round go in the favor of Philippa Berry last time, and that didn't really amount to anything for quite some time there for their team. So, you know, cookie crumbles one way or another. You just got to pick up the pieces and try and have a good meal afterwards. And we'll see if that happens here for the side of Seek once we get back into the game itself, regardless of how long that takes. I mean, looking at these two different teams, well, hey, we're fully into the round here, actually. The spike already
One enemy
planted
remaining.
there. One player remaining on Seek here. It's going to be CBC Julie looking for something, and not really the best position that they could be in on the defending side. Kind of surrounded and just waiting to be taken down. That they are.
Yeah, Scorpion in the middle of B earlier on in that round, which is a weird setup as they were just lurking on the far side as Harbor, no less. And the fact that you're running your only controller as Harbor on Ascent is a completely different conversation. But that's a special decision, I have to say. So, remember how I was talking about my pick rates and all that fun stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, Harbor's pick rate is 2.11%.
Wow. We just opted by 0.1.
Yeah, I believe this is T2 and above.
That's insane. They're like 2.11%. Somehow moving alt orb.
Joke's
dodging
over!
The
You're
sniper
dead!
shot as it was coming out, typing hunt in chat right afterwards. The movement, baiting them out as best they can. Almost got the shots on his own too. Getting the opening frag though onto Loki. Oh no.
I lost disconnected again. That is unfortunate, and that may very well end up being the round. You got a 4v2, 5v2 technically, as a flanking Harbor once more, walking through main. The Vandal, you have the kitchen sink being thrown at you, and now's the time to get aggressive. It seems like that's the call for them, guiding later around the corner, but it doesn't seem like
One enemy remaining.
Mentally ill Sova setting up their mentally ill lineups, but it's a flawless round because we have the opportunity.
Shot done. That's all I can say to that one is ouch. And kind of what we expect after the way the first couple rounds went. Disconnect, as you were talking about before, came out for a second too, but it looks like everyone's back into the game this time and now. And the round, or actually no, they aren't back in the game. I Lost was the one who disconnected. So I Lost didn't disconnect last time. I think it was mentally ill Sova on the other end who disconnected. So it's just the Sovas who are disconnecting for some reason.
That's if we get the pause. I think they call it for the
I don't know
pause.
if we're getting it. I thought they did call for it. Yeah, there we go. I guess they're questioning. Yeah,
no pause for you.
Skill issue, no pause, I guess. Okay.
Oh.
Revealing area.
So what can happen is if it looks like they still are trying to get that pause. So what can happen is they can go into the back entry play and hold it down and go back to the game from the previous round. So they should be okay. And I Lost is back. They can technically play this round, but they shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess we'll see.
That's good. It's good, bro.
It looks like we are going into.
Hello.
They're still playing it, I guess.
So
I thought we were timing out though, so that's why.
that's what I thought we were doing. I don't know what's going on.
I thought you guys called timeout. We're waiting on that.
Yeah, we called a
We
tag.
don't really know what's going on. We'll get an update. There we go. Thank you, admins. So we can get things figured out there. They started talking in-game chat. That's how you know they were trying to figure out what was happening. I was like, wait, how can we hear them? Was that an admin talking?
So there's a party chat and then there's the in-game chat. Usually people have a keybind for both because they can for some reason. And that's what they were talking to each other in the party chat through the lobby itself. Well, the game was still technically going. So what'll happen? The great thing, you and I were talking about this earlier. Great thing about Valorant, you have what's called match medic, as we like to call it in Counter-Strike. Long story short, you can go back to a prior round and it'll set up exactly as it was. Same economy, same scenario of who lived or died in the previous round. It is amazing. So in this instance, if one of our observers is looking away, then it's like you.
Oh, we are doing the rest of the round. Okay. I guess we are just doing it. Let's do it. Okay.
I just work here.
Yeah, we just work here. That's all we do. You know, we're here to have a good time. I guess we're not trying to hold it up too much to... Oh, we're resetting the round. Okay, good.
That's
like, wait a second. A little bit of miscommunication, but that's on us, you know. Play the casters. That's always what I suggest, you know.
Honestly, casters start game. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, exactly. We're the ones that are delaying everything so that you have to wait here. Look at our faces. Look at me with my bar, wrong side again. There we go. I'll get it right sometime.
I think you're like 1 for 3.
I am 0 for 3 with that. Oh, I just don't know my directions, but it's also my camera is flipped too, so like that's part of it. I'm going to say that's part of it. I don't know if that's part of it. Either way, though, I do know that we'll be getting into this next round as quickly as we can after getting it reset. But I feel like if we didn't have these resets here, Tundra Light, we'd already be done with the half, and it'd be 12-0. Based on the way things have been going. I hate to say that. But
You've
that's
seen
like how it's
one
been going.
round.
We've seen 3 rounds technically.
Is
but-
it?
Yeah.
Oh no,
It's
okay.
been 3-0 so far.
Yeah, you were so right. I
Yeah.
was thinking of the pistol still because I was reminiscing in the closeness of it. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
You're so right. I was also thinking,
Yeah.
wait, how did they save and then have nothing? I thought it was post conversion. That's a brain fart moment on me.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, we've had to reset our brains a couple times here. We have to like take them out of our skulls and then set them aside, give them some water, and make them touch grass for a
There we
second,
go.
then put them back in. And here we go. Now everything is reset. We'll see what happens between these two teams. Maybe I was hoping maybe after that disconnect that Seek could find their 5th player that's MIA, but unfortunately for their sake it did not work out that way. So they'll get back into the game here. Once over disconnected per side so far in this series. We'll hope to stay connected throughout the rest of it as they're both putting down their darts to see exactly where everyone is on each side and where they're going. But Phoenix is leading the charge, infiltrating as best they can here, closing the door, knocking it down for the site. Getting some
One enemy
damage,
remaining.
and there goes the first 2 bloods already for South Mech.
Yeah, after this
Scorpion
round,
down there.
I'd have to agree with you. I think we'd be done with the half by now. South Mech, player advantage every round and starting on the attacking side, and they're confident for understandable reasons. And, oh no, Stupider Than You has absolutely no clue. They're going to get knifed from behind.
Right
Keep an eye on the
behind you.
rays. Guiding later around the corner. Are they going to jump out? That's the
idea.
question. They're going to see. But no, moving Altor will still go for the knife, and they'll find it. 4-0 South Mech in
no.
stylistic fashion.
And that cements what my analysis was going into this round. That it's very likely to be a potential 13-0 throughout this. I mean, we had a really close round 1. We do have to note that too for Seek. But after that, when it wasn't, well, I guess round 2 as well was kind of close too. But they weren't able to really do too much with it. And since then on out, South Mech have turned things up a notch. They've realized how much they can push, how strong the other team, and how confident really the other team is, and what they can get away with. And they feel like they can get away with anything at this point in time. The whole
SK
site,
dedicated.
too.
Seems like the W key is the call. Walking straight through the alarm bot. Judavi finds one, but they're immediately trading moving Altor. They're just holding W, and it's working.
3-piece. Oh, when everyone lines up in a row, that's how you're going to knock the pins down. And there it goes yet again. 5-0 quickly
That's
after
an ace.
the last round. An ace to complete things there, too, for moving Altor 9-1. And Nina E-Kitten hasn't even died yet.
Yeah, they have to find their E-Kitten. They have 9 lives until they find one.
Oh, man. Well, South Mech are cleaning things up as you would expect a 5v4 team to do. Shout out to Philip Aubert even more so, though. The way that they were able to get the first round and then another one in the first half and then a couple of them afterwards. In that last series when they were down a player themselves. But nonetheless, we need to see more out of Seek on the defensive side. We talked about it. If they can at least get 4 rounds in this first half, they'll have a chance. So far, they haven't really had much of that. They do have a kill. Moving Altor follows suit. Nina E-Kitten finally taken down by CBC Judavi. Moving Altor saving the weapons.
I think they're still going for this. Cabbage is used, information gained, so the Seekers will find everything they're looking for. They're actually not holding the site directly. They have the rotation going through heaven. They still have door control. And that set of paint shells, that's more than good enough. They should be able to take sight off the back of that. They'll see the Sova and dispatch them quickly.
Closing the door too. Waiting for someone to come from the side. There goes down one. One-on-one situation between Stupider Than You.
Spike planted.
And I lost. Getting the vision. Couldn't get the extra damage though. Does have the stun potential. Wise to wait it out. Seek looking for the victory here. They need it. They want a chance in this half. Time ticking down though, and so are their chances to go for the defuse if they can't get the kill onto the player.
What?
I don't know what happened there either, but Mentally Ill Silver will take it.
So Mentally Ill Sova set up a lineup. The problem is, you're supposed to prep it off the back of your recon bolt, and or off the back of an original tap. And even if they did, the second bolt missed by a country mile. I mean, it was a good idea. The right idea, wrong execution. They win the round anyway. Maybe the distraction was good
well
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, look at these terrible shock bolts. Oh wait, you're dead to my gun. That's a genius play. 200
That
IQ for
was
mentally
what it
ill
was.
Sova.
That's what you expect to see from mentally ill Sova. Lady Kitten needs to step up to the plate after getting taken down, losing their first of 9 lives. We'll see how many they burn through throughout this first series. We see them on the B stream here. Recon bolt protected. Going the other direction towards the A side, it seems. Full push coming out pretty soon, but shots fired. We also are for any angle. Grenades coming out to the site. Good movement. Doesn't have the angle though. Too long to get the gun out.
Good information
There's
gathering.
another one.
Some of the shadows used it actually turns Loki into dust, and they're just going to escape. Utility being dedicated left and right by the defensive side. The problem is, no one's home for South Mech. They've run over towards mid. They want to try and go and split B if they can. But I lost. They still have their recon bolt. It's still available, albeit narrowly, but a return to recon, that's good enough. That should be the kill. No! Missed shot.
Good escape. Sova v Sova. Going all the way to the B site. They have the
30
spike,
seconds
waiting for a
left.
better spot to plant it. Wise decision to go all the way back. Now just waiting to see where their opponents will come from this time. You see I lost. Had the shot come out. Able to get a few pot shots onto them. Take some HP down. Ult comes out too with a shock dart.
Enemy remaining.
There goes one down. 2v1 situation at this point in time. Super Than You has to
No
clutch
way.
it up. They're down so much HP too, but so is all the players on the other end. Pincher maneuver takes down mentally ill Sova. One-on-one situation now, going for the flash. Can't quite get it. Onto the Killjoy. This might be the chance if they can get this win for their first round for Seek. They need to finish them here and now. The time extending is not working in their favor, and that's not enough. The attackers will win yet again.
It was a round that was won by South Mech, but honestly, I'm going to say it again. One with, we'll say, questionable utility.
Close.
Yeah, and it was close. Pablo's extra bar in the 1v1 there. Your goal is to delay until your Nano Swarm can guarantee the round victory. The problem is, Pablo's extra bar, for some reason, decided to use their Nano Swarm way too early. Kind of like when Mentally Ill Sova in the previous round used their shock bolts out of left field, and they threw them into right field. I'm questioning why this is happening for South Mech, because in terms of strategy, they're setting themselves up well. You have Nanoswarms on the spike, you have lineups, just you're not executing well. And that's what's really concerning me, because this is a team that's good, mechanically gifted, strategically sound, but they're having some problems. Hunter's Fury, for some reason, Pablo's extra bar also doesn't move. That's deadly, you could say at the very least.
Oh,
And
man.
Jadavi, even if they do move, they're dead just the same. Trades back and forth, and it's a 3v3 net, 3v2.
One enemy
Oh no.
remaining.
Kick themselves up. Somehow able to close things. I lost also losing their life as the door is closing the last
Spike
second.
planted.
Super Than You having to clutch yet again and can't even hit a single shot, unfortunately. Stunned, flashed, and having to back off on the play. Again, time ticking down. It's not working out in their favor every time they try to go for these retakes, and South Mech are just really having fun of it, playing with their food, it feels like.
And Super Than You, what's the call here? You have to clear hell, but you don't have the time to do it. You want to clear the backside of the
It's one.
pillar. For some reason, E-Kitten is shooting at nothing, and it's playing at the front side of triple. And Super Than You has no idea once sitting hell actually does still clear it, but watch for the shock darts. They'll hop on, they'll look for it. There's one, and there's the swing for the second.
Yep.
There's your lineup proper. The earlier shock dart ended up not being available, but it's okay. It's still the round victory for South.
close. Eyes up.
8-0 at this point in time. We've seen some decent looks from Seek. It just really hasn't been enough, and it's come down to 1v2, 1v3 clutches needing to have happened that have just barely gone by the wayside for their team. They've been close to tasting glory here and there. It just has not proven to be enough. I feel like even if they had that fifth player, just based on the way things have been going thus far, we'd have a similar story to what we've witnessed at this point in time comparatively to the last series, where we saw Philip Aubert. They were able to get things going for themselves a couple times, get a couple rounds here and there, and had good looks. It was just the player disadvantage really looking dirty. But
You
this
should
time,
run.
the defensive side for Seek, not a strong suit to say the least, and they'd have to pull off a crazy reverse sweep at this point to turn things around for them.
Might as well oh, there's no reason to sit yourself in that. He'll run away and get away. E-Kitten will escape, but Still a 4v4, and this is a questionable 4v4. Both lockdowns used, neither of them finding anything other than some maybe real estate back and forth. And it's mid control instead for South Mech. It was mid control instead for South Mech.
Nice for Loki. Able to take one, but I lost no. Pushed W without even looking where they were going. Straight into the gun barrel of their opponent. 3v2 situation though. Raze has their ult. Moving ult orb. Looking for something. See if they can hear anyone. Stupider than you taken down. 2-on-2 situation now. Definitely benefiting South Mech, and they have the spike in hand, but they're trying to figure out exactly which site they want to go on. Judavi takes down the player. Didn't have the spike though, so they could try and rotate around, but not enough time to do just that. Really just having to decide if they want to commit to it or if they're trying to go all the way to the other end and get a last-second spike plan. That seems to be the
13,
case.
11. You need 4 to try and lock that in. He will just narrowly have it, assuming he's not denied. 5, he'll get it. Will not be denied on the backside of triple. Should be safe. Just narrowly won't be. Loki gets aggressive. Good situational awareness. If you see 2 extra steps taken by Pablo's extra bar, maybe it's a different round, but not the case. Seek, they put their first on the board.
It's still possible for Seek to get those 4 rounds you spoke about, Time Delight. And they'd have to get the rest of them in a row, if my math is correct, to get 4 in this first half. But what a comeback that would be from them to be able to do that 4 rounds in a row against South Mech. I mean, they got one there barely by the skin of their teeth. They were able to position themselves well enough, and that's what we were looking for them to do a little bit earlier on. But now we got to see if they can put the pedal to the metal even more so in these next few rounds. A site seems to be the strong suit for South Mech, and the way that they are able to wall things off, making it that much easier to get onto the site.
Run it back used, as is basically the entire belt of utility for Scorpion, but they're getting aggressive. Second kill, third as well. Scorpion quick on the flicks, and speedy at that. 8-1, make it 9 at this point. A 1v5 ace clutch, not happening.
Yeah, stupider than you. Trying to rotate back around, see what they can do from this position here, but not really the best spot that they could have hoped for. They are able to get Scorpion down. Now they have some utility. They know exactly where they are, and they will be taken down. Again, 9-1 for South Mech. Just a couple rounds to go for them to secure their victory in this series after only dropping a single round so far in this first half.
It has looked about as clean as ever. And in all fairness, it is, again, the 5v4. We had this conversation last game.
Yeah.
Yes, they're winning a game that they should be, but they're doing so in clean fashion. And they're not making all that many mistakes. The only couple that I've seen were the ones I brought up about utility. They haven't been giving away rounds, and the one Seek picked up, they earned. And that shows South Mech, apart from their utility conversation, which if they watch this VOD back, they can remedy a little bit. I think they'll be okay.
Jamming. Having fun. That's what we like to see for these competitions too, though. I mean, when you're playing 5v4, really playing just to see how good the other team is, and then hold W from then on out to win the rest of the rounds. Mistakes in the past, and take out. I lost that time.
1 enemy remaining.
Good shots here and there. Judavi also taken down too. All eyes on that remaining player, who is able to get one. Loki.
Spike planted.
And potentially do it. The spike's planted, so they got an okay amount of time to get back on towards the site, but they're taking a little bit too much of it. Especially 1v4. Probably heard the glass break there. Nobody is really on the site here too, so if they can sneak into it, might be a chance. They'll see them defusing and might reveal their location in a moment, but
stealing sight.
Even then, Loki doing all that they can to get towards that spot to defuse, and they know exactly where they are. There's not going to be enough time to go for this. I feel like trying to defuse as best they can. Okay, yeah. I was going to say. Someone was going to come out. But you know what? Try to get the second. They can't. I like the initiative. It just wasn't enough.
And the bright side, they just have economic damage in the
switch.
final round of the half. It's not going to matter, but it was a little funny to see them try and lock that one in regardless. Valiant effort, but it was all for naught. They found one of the 2 nanostorms. If they find the other one there, I honestly think they could pick that one up because they were safe on the backside of the generator. They would have been sprayed down about 3 or 4 seconds later, but there was no guarantee. I don't know. It's an if and or but.
It was risky.
Yeah, I might as well.
Risky from South Mech, but you kind of have to go for it. Full send as best as you can. Excuse me. Scorpion looking to set things up properly for B-site here, and nobody really in position from Seek either, so that's just going to be a pretty easy plant if they get there in time. Pulling down their faces and then waiting for Market to open up, and well, there's going to be that frag coming onto Scorpion, who poked their head in a little bit too early.
2v4, something we've seen before, but there is a flank. Keep that in mind for later. Pablo finds spawn, wants a second, can't find it. Loki able to retake that one, but Kitten needs to line that one up. I don't know if that Molotov lands, and even if it does, they have to worry about a different flank. The Molotov did land, which is not in the right spot. Regardless, it'll be Loki to pick it up. 2 for Seek in this half. 10-2, something we saw last game.
That it
Swarm
is
grenade out.
10-2.
Switching sides.
Before. And it was a quick comeback for 2 rounds in a row from the side of Philippa Berry in that last series. But the biggest difference here was the different sides that both those teams were on. The attacking side for Philippa Berry is where they started. Defending side is where Seek did. So I'm curious to see how this team looks on the attacking side. They haven't been the strongest when it comes to fragging out. Especially looking at I Lost, the way that they've been performing so far, 3-12, and pretty even KDA for the most part for Super Than You and Loki. But now they kind of have their options ahead of them, and hopefully they don't run into the meat grinder that is at the B site right now.
They guess wrong. This one may end sooner than it has started, and this is starting to become, if it wasn't already, a difficult aspect of play. I said they needed 4, maybe 5. 2 is not unreasonable. It needs to be more. Hey, they picked up an opening kill though. Scorpion gone, and they have something to now work off of. If they try and take that inside, they have a reasonable opportunity. That is until Sova steps into the fray.
Need to Kitten as well, making it a 4-on-2 situation. I Lost, again, I mentioned before, 3-12. So a rough spot to be in. Super Than You, one of the top fraggers for their team, and they do get another one onto Nita Kitten. Making it that much closer. Altor, though, does get splashed. They are going to get taken out from that. So 2-on-1 situation. What a turnaround here from Seek. Pablo's extra bar. Not going to wait for a second here. It's hearing where they are rotating towards the A site, seeing if they can sneak behind them. I feel like that's a great decision from them so that they don't overextend themselves.
This is, again, reasonable on both sides. Post-plant makes things much more easier for Seek, but Pablo's Extra making very little noise forces them to think, oh, never mind. It would have forced them to think there could be a flank, but them being seen. Maybe a bait, but no guarantees.
I like the positioning here, too, from I Lost. Trying to bait out the shots here. Know that they really just got to put the pressure on, and eventually the spike will go off. Pablo's Extra bar, seeing if it can get one of them to pop their head out of that doorway. This is just a game of chicken. Someone's going to eventually fall for it, and Super Than You is not going to be stupid that time. Smarter than anyone on the map right now. 3-10. A good start to the next round, but will it be enough to get the momentum behind them to keep that carrying forward on the attacking side for Seek?
It's also a little concerning as soon as those guns get picked up again. We saw this conversation earlier where guns make things a little bit easier for teams that have that player advantage. There's always the unpredictability of SMGs or unpredictability of pistol rounds. That'll go out the window these next couple. However, as I say that, South Mech is like, oh yeah, let's buy. We have a massive lead. Let's try and throw it away.
I feel like South Mech are just ready to get done with this series. Go to bed. Maybe pick up some snowballs at that place you mentioned before. Loki looking for anything that they can do to smoke out the competition. Gets back in time. Getting rid of some of the utility of their opponents too, but the Phoenix wall making it difficult for their teammates to get involved here. Oh, but Nita Kitten got some healing off, but wasn't enough for them to survive the onslaught of attack from Seek. 4-on-3 situation. I'm liking the changes now, making it even. Stevens though. Pablo's Extra bar. Some more clutch factors. Pushing on to them. Ooh, the turnaround there. Loki and Judovi doing the best that they can to change things around in their favor, but Loki trying to hold on to the side as best they can. They do get the finish there. That was a dangerous situation.
It's very dangerous and also a little bit precarious for Seek. They didn't know exactly what they were looking for in that scenario, but the fact that Loki finds the refrag from up above in heaven is the most important part of that. If Loki doesn't find that, this round probably goes South Mech's side. That's not the case. Now, again, a weird scenario in the investment conversation for South Mech. They have an Odin for some reason. I see a Judge on their Phoenix, and Scorpion's bringing a Marshall. They could not disagree more on what the purchase is looking like.
Cover going out.
They're having fun,
Drop the spike.
choosing whatever weapon they want and saying, hey, I bet you I can get a kill with a Judge, and we'll see if that happens. But either way, Phantom here for Loki. Right in the center, where the shot's coming out. I'm not going to push too far, just doesn't want to be out open. A sitting duck for the other team. Puts the smoke up for themselves so that they can at least have some room to work with to move down mid and dodging the wall coming forward as well. There's no extra insight for the side of South Mech on the defensive end, but that is a good wall to put up for a moment to buy them some time to rotate towards A.
There's rotation. There's the Odin. And the Sova stepping forward, but it's still a 3v3, and we're seeing Seek on this attacking side have many more reasonable fights, but a very good setup with the Recon Bolt finds one, turns it into two, the flank from behind, Loki makes it a 1v1, but he's still very much in this, as is this round, but they have no idea where the raise is. Unfortunately, the door closed removes their sense of security.
Spike planted. My ultimate is
Make it
ready.
easy for
Cover
the
going
spike
out.
to come out though. They know that they are not out yet. They still have the chance to put things up here. They didn't see them though. Look at the direction. Moving Altor, perfect. Maneuvering around. Kept it slow and steady to win the race. Having some fun with it, I guess, at the end there too. Didn't really need to do that, but either way. Some extra BM after that clutch. Probably feeling pretty good for themselves and having a good time after. They know that's an inevitability that they're likely to win this series, but again, that was close. They could have lost that pretty easily.
Yeah, it's, again, too close for comfort for South Mech. These are a lot of rounds where, reasonably, they should be able to walk away with wins more often than not. And when they do, it shouldn't be in 1v1 scenarios. Again, some of these scenarios where they're a little bit too arrogant, I have to say. There's confidence and there's arrogance. It's a fine line, but one I think they've crossed a couple times. And in all fairness, they're in 5v4, so it's not absurd for them to do so. But Seek has taken advantage of that and has shut down this South Mech over-aggression and overzealous nature of play, even on the defensive side. It's starting to work a little bit more often than not. Spray down from Scorpion, finds one, and a great curveball. Staring at the sun is the entirety of Seek at this point. They have no easy way in nor out.
Tough spot to be in for sure, but they do get one through the smoke onto Nita E-Kitten, who, I don't know why, every single time we see them put down one of their abilities to heal up, they're just sitting ducks. They don't even move from that spot, and as soon as there's like the audio cue maybe from it, we see Seek just take advantage, put some shots in to see if they can take a shot away from Nita E-Kitten, because that's the way they've been playing so far these last few rounds.
Going out.
Smoke out, Loki wants to get forward.
Loki.
Smoke perfectly timed.
Ow.
Paint shells, does this land? No. But they've gotten in front of the wall. Keep that in mind. The door's been closed, but the smoke up has not given them that same element of surprise. And they got in front of it, they swung. There's moving Altor with two! That's the play they were looking for!
Mike still comes out though, so it's going to help them in the further rounds, but unfortunately they might not have much remaining, especially when it's going to be 4-12, one round away for South Mech to take the victory in this series. I mean, this is kind of close to what we saw for Philippa Berry. We might see one final round here for Seek. They're looking a lot more confident on the attacking side, but the numbers, it's just proving to be too overwhelming at the end of the day.
I have to say I'm really surprised that Seek is bringing a lot of these rounds as close as they are, considering that player disadvantage. Stupider Than You is also better than me, it seems at least. And Loki has locked in these last few rounds, especially back the last couple rounds, the first half, here in the second half as well. Seek, yes, they are losing 12-4, but a couple caveats. Number one, they played a couple rounds with a disconnected player. Number two, they already started 5v4. And number three, this is the more important of all of them, they're keeping it narrowly close in individual rounds. Just, they aren't winning the rounds that are indeed close at the end of the day.
We'll see how close this is going to be at the end of this series. If Seek will be able to get one more for the road and tie the other 4-player team, or if they're going to be the odd team out. You see the shots coming forward from Scorpion, only 18 HP remaining, but they are doing the best that they can to distract the other team, that they're just taking them down a notch, and shots coming out left and right. 2v1 situation. Mentally ill Sova looking for the finish. Stupider Than You is the player I would want to have remaining in this situation.
Alarm bot for distraction.
No!
Oh no.
Should have gotten that. There's no way that they should have lost that. Oh, the shot's going into the wall, but a 2-on-1 was proving to be too much for Seek to deal with at the end there. South Mech, they just full-sended, held W as you were talking about, and got the victory at the end of the day there in our 3rd series this go-around. A bit different compared to what we saw in the last series, where it was 13-5, and it felt a little bit more confident for the side of Philip O'Berry, but nonetheless, I like the wherewithal we witnessed from Seek, what they were able to put up. So we're looking at the lobby details, I guess, here for a second. There we go. Back to our lovely faces. But we do, I believe, have one final series of the day. West Craven versus New Bern High School Team A. So we've seen New Bern be, I believe, on the mainstream on VESL GG, but this is going to be the time we see the main squad for this school and see how West Craven can hold up against it. Any thoughts about that series we just saw before we head over to this break, DTL?
I gotta say both teams played fairly well. The game doesn't really show that because it was the 5v4, and there are very many things that you can improve on from both sides, but it's high school. They're in school for a reason. A lot of things you can learn from that. On the winning side, yeah, you won the game 13-4, 13-5, but you're walking away from that. You need to have better utility usage in games that are going to end up being closer, because those mistakes can end up costing you rounds and then subsequently games. On the other half, play it a little bit more aggressively earlier on when you're playing that man down. It doesn't happen all the time, so you're really not practicing it, unless it does happen all the time, in which that's a completely different conversation for another time.
That it is, and we'll have to save that conversation for later, as we are going to head to our final break of the day. Then after that, our final series of the day, which will be West Craven versus New Bern A. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL High School Valorant Qualifiers. Day number 1. I'm Vodable. We got Time to Light here, or TTL. Or sometimes you can call him Jeff, I guess. But I'm going to keep using that all week. You're going to get tired of it. But nonetheless, we have a final match for you all to enjoy today. Let me look at the exact teams. It's West Craven on the defender side and New Bern High Team A on the attackers side here. 5v5. We finally get a full match. Who knows what's going to happen here? I'm going to be so upset, though, if this is just a sweep and not a single round won by the other team.
Imagine we have 2 like 5v4s that end 13-4, and then this 5v5 is a 13-0.
Please no.
I would
we get out
so
here
upset.
early, so
yeah, but like as much as I want dinner, I also want a good game. Just for some quick context, New Bern just played on the mainstream. Their game wasn't terribly far apart compared to what we've had in the last couple of games. If I'm reading this correctly, they lost 13-8. I'm making sure that's correct before I exactly quote it. I'm scrolling through the
Was that New Bern A or New Bern B?
I remember according to the overlay, it said New Bern A.
Okay, cool.
So they lost to
Cyber
Academy.
Loss. They kind of need a win here then, basically, because it's only 3-team groups. You need to at least have a win to make it out of the groups, of course. So if you get it here, might come down to tiebreakers, depending on how the rest of it's going and how maybe that third team is doing in the group. If they don't have a win at all, you have a win, obviously, top 2, make it on to the bracket stage later this week. But nonetheless, I believe this is the Charlotte region that we're dealing with today, that we've been seeing the teams from. So we'll have to see how the rest of the competition fares throughout the other regions throughout the next few days as we go down everything. But they're just deciding on a map right now. We'll be told what it is. I'll change my background. Did I do it right? Aha, the bar's there. It's going to disappear, and I finally did it right. It's the first time. It was 0-3, but now I'm 1-3, and that's all that matters.
1-4.
1-4, thank you. Math. You know what? I'll make that 1-5 because I was wrong on the math that time.
That's okay.
So I wasn't
That's
100%
fine.
correct.
That's fine. So moving into...
What map do you want to see?
I want to see Fracture, but Fracture's not in the map pool, so I can't see Fracture. Honestly, I'd be okay with a nice Bind game. I'd be down for Bind.
A classic.
Maybe
like
Haven
Bind is like
another like 3-site map.
Yeah,
I'm okay. I'm really.
It was pretty fun. Honestly, yeah. I just want to get a map other than Ascent at this point in time. If we have 3 Ascents in a row, then they are tormenting us. But at least this time we'd have an Ascent with 2 full teams. So the world is our oyster. We've seen it with 2 different teams on 2 different sides that had 4 players to start out in the first halves and how that went for those squads. And now we have full roster. So if it is Ascent, I'll be okay with it. I'm not going to be happy about it, but at least I can go to the bar later and then, enjoy myself, making it so that I am 2-5. There's the math. We're pointing in the right direction. We're vamping as much as we can here, but it's been a good time. What was your favorite agent, TTL? That's my question.
I think I brought this up earlier. KO. KO's the fave.
KO.
So it's either KO or Sova. I've been in an initiator
Take away their
main for a while,
abilities.
but KO mainly just because you have flashes, you have a Molotov, kinda, the fragment, and then you have the 0 point, which turns the game into Counter-Strike. And I always get dusted down by 94 abilities, and I hate it. So the 0 point's very useful, as is the no command. I'm a fan.
When I did play, I liked Breach a lot just because of the abilities that you have for that agent. I mean, big booming like sound effects and everything and shaking the world and all that. It's always a fun time too. But I was never good at it. So if I got back into Valorant now, I'd say I might try Gecko because it's like you're a Pokemon master and that's always fun.
A Pokemon. Honestly, that's scarily accurate and I'm a big fan.
Yeah. I like the new agents that they've come out with recently. ISO. I mean, that agent's pretty interesting too. I've seen or heard that like the observers were so happy when that agent released because of how difficult it is to figure out exactly what's going on then. But there's been some great agents who have come out here and there. I think the first one I played a decent amount of was Phoenix, just because I like the fire aspect. It was kind of cool. Like how you can like heal yourself but damage your enemies with your abilities and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. What would you want to see out of an agent that comes out next? Because of course they're always going to release agents. That's how Valorant is. So like, what would you want to see? Like, what type of agent, and then like, what abilities would you want from that?
I'm not wearing my game designer shoes. Those are under my bed.
Dang.
Okay, so if I was able to create a new agent, I'd probably go controller because Harbor was
Fair.
the most recent controller. It's been a little while since a controller was.
We get Haven.
We got Haven.
Continue. Indeed.
Oh my gosh, I wanted a Haven. Let's go. Okay, so I'd go with a controller, but I'd probably bring the first controller without smokes. I don't know how that would work, but every other controller on the board, Omen Viper technically has smokes with Viper's Wall and her Poison Cloud. Brimstone has a Sky Smokes. Astra has the Nebula. Harbor has Cove. So a new controller without a smoke, I feel like that would be fun. Maybe a differentiation of Harbor, but
That'd be cool. Harbor, I like the way Harbor's abilities look too. So like having something similar to that but different would be very cool. Like control agents are always so cool because they can like really change the pace of the game and everything too with the way that they're setting up their smokes and everything else that they have available to them. I want to see a good Viper play going on, like just out of the blue, just talking about this now, because we haven't seen like really a good Viper. We haven't seen them use their ultimate at all. We had a Viper in our first series of the day, and they were bottom fragging and weren't really using their abilities as well as we could have seen. It's like, I always love when you see like a top level Viper player just popping off, setting things up perfectly with the, what is it, the snake pit that they have for their ultimate ability, and just changing the game. The Viper Spit, that's it, thank you.
There's the Snake Bite, which is the little tiny circular Molotov, and then the
true
Viper Spit is the big ult. I'm looking back at stats because I'm curious, and as we get into our agent select, it's kind of important. I was actually going to bring up Gecko, because you were trying to play the Pokemon Master. Gecko has been locked in by Malachi, 1.3% pick rate here.
Wow.
And Fade is not all that much better at 4.48. Nor is Cypher at 5.15.
Wow.
Reyna somehow is worse than both of those two at 3.56.
Choose
the
your
pick rates
agent.
for, 4 different agents in this game are in the gutter, and yet I don't know who to pick, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say the person's name that hasn't selected an agent yet.
Let me see. Oh. Yeah, we'll just say you.
Yeah.
You have. That's a good one. I should probably change that, but nonetheless, we'll see as things go forward for this game how these teams are going to fare against each other.
We're having
maybe they're making them
technical
change the name.
issues.
Oh, we're having technical issues. Okay, maybe we should have them change the name while they're at it too.
they
we'll
could
get
use
that
some
sorted.
aid.
Yes, they could. But still, yeah, maybe the technical issues was that they selected the wrong agents and they didn't realize what map it was, and they're like, yeah, didn't select any agent. But I meant like the team, because you said the percentage that all on, what was that? I think that was
Gecko,
what was it?
Fade,
West
Cypher,
Haven.
Reyna.
Yeah. Wait, is the team called West Haven? Oh no, West Craven. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call them if they win.
West Haven. A rebrand's in order. West Craven is taken Haven. And
I can't. I hope they win because of that, but they probably won't now that I'm saying it, because that's just
somebody not gonna
spite me. Well, I'm in Haven now. You know, the bar's gone, unfortunately, but you got a nice view behind me. That's not where the view is. There we go. I'll get it right eventually.
You got it wrong again.
It's a bit at this point. I did it on purpose.
And the greatest part is the bar was on one side of you, and the view was on the other side of you. You got it wrong on the bar. And
I did, but I was so used to going this way now.
Yeah, so just for some housekeeping things, we've just been told that there was a game freeze, so that's the issue with the player who was unable to pick an agent. They should be able to just close the game and reopen it, restart their PC. Shouldn't take any more than 10 minutes.
Fingers crossed.
The conversation around agents, though, those agents will not be required to be locked back in because the game itself did not actually start. They can make some changes if they want to. I wouldn't hate it, but the simple fact of the matter is your top 5 agents and your most often picked composition is somewhere in the neighborhood of Killjoy almost all the time, Jet 78% of the time, Omen 73%, Breach 67%, and Sova 65. Everybody below that is 25 or below, and the next three are Sky at 23, and Viper at 16, and Astra at 14. So I don't know here. I don't like the Cypher selection. You don't have that same variability that you have with Killjoy on such a massive map. Unless they start on the attacking side, I don't think the Cypher was starting the attack there. They were on the left side of the screen, so I could be wrong, but it's not great. I would have rather taken a Harbor over the Astra there, but that's just me. I don't like Astra in this map personally, but the only reason she's good is because you can use her quite literally across the map, hop an Astra for it, and you go sprinting across, help your team.
I think people would just like playing Astra too, just because of how cool of a character it is and like what you can do with that character as well. As you mentioned it, I mean, they have so many like cool control abilities that really play well into like retakes too, because you can just place those what is it called, the stars wherever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you're playing your own Minesweeper.
I'm a fan just
Valorant.
because of how many options you get off of a single placement of utility. It's like if nanoswarms were able to be placed and then it could turn into a stun or turn into
That'd be cool.
a gravity well. That's basically what the stars are. It's weird.
Yeah.
I believe that Astra was my favorite addition as a new agent after the game came out, because of how variable she can play and
how much it
fluid
changed
she
the
is.
game too. Because like I don't think there was much like, I could be wrong, but with what I'm remembering, like
Just
back
Viper.
then, control wasn't like as big of a thing other than Viper. Yeah, like
Yeah.
Viper was the main. That's everyone used that, and it completely like changed the game once Astra was introduced and people knew how to play them.
Yeah, it was a combination of that and everybody playing lineups on Viper, Sova, and Brimstone. It was such a headache. I hate when I'm playing a 1v1 and somebody's like out in Narnia. I played a round of Bind, okay? I swear. This is a true story. I play a round of Bind. I'm in a 1v1 with a Brimstone. No, a Sova. Brimstone was like 3 rounds prior. I won that one, thank God. But I'm in a 1v1 with a Sova. This guy planted on A. He then takes the teleporter to B and sets up a lineup because he had a recon bolt in the air somewhere stuck in a tree I couldn't find. Then takes the other teleporter after running through hookah and sprints through showers after setting up another shock dart outside of the teleporter outside of hookah. And
that's crazy.
I clotheslined him when he walked into showers. It was a great shot. Still lost the round though because I just couldn't hop in the spike safely. It was
happens. At least you got the clutch. Maybe not in the defuse, but
I killed him. It was an ego thing.
That's all that matters. It doesn't matter about the objective. It's all about the kills.
Are you the personification of my ranked teammates over the last 3 years?
Sorry to tell you that I have a lot of alts. My name's Vaudable because you can go back and watch and see all the fails of your teammates, and that's usually me.
Oh my gosh,
but we're
I
still
just
waiting to see
understood
this
your
fight
name.
enjoy back. Oh,
I
man.
have seen you on like Twitch streams for 2 years.
Well, technically, I got it. Shout out to Jorby, by the way. He's the one who helped me come up with the name fully. I used to be called Codcaster back in the day because I wanted to pretend to be an MLG commentator in Black Ops 2, and I made videos going into game and chasing people and commentating their gameplay in game.
Okay.
And then I stopped doing that because that was like a high school phase. And then years later, commentated bot matches under Vodcaster because I'm like, I can't be a Codcaster. I'm casting other games. And Vodcasting is like a video podcast. I'm like, that works. Nobody had that name. But I was like, okay. Then Jorby's like, hey, why don't you just go with Vaudable? It's like Audible, but VOD. I was like, hey, that sounds great. I'm taking that. Thank you.
Sick. Yeah, mine.
And it's been the same ever since.
Mine has nowhere near the same fun source code. I started with Dan the Man, because my name's Dan. I then went to.
I feel like that's the nickname that everyone I've known named Dan has, like Dan the Man.
It was very original. Very difficult.
The
to
most
rhyme as
original.
well. I then went to, I think it was White Knight, like White Knighting, because I played with a guy named Green
You're not
Knight.
having a good track record.
Yeah, well, I played with a guy named Green Knight, another guy named Dark Knight, like
okay.
Batman Dark Knight.
Yeah.
I then changed my name to Night Night, NightKnight.
That's pretty good. I like that one.
then I went to Light Night, LightNight, like yin and yang, because it just looked cool. And then people kept calling me Nightlight, and I was tired of it, so I went to Time to Light. Yeah.
That makes so much sense on the evolution of the names there. I think Night Night was the best one though. Like that's pretty original. That's like a good play on words.
Funnily enough, I ran into the same guy like 3 or 4 months apart in Overwatch games with the name Night Night. I'm like, that used to be my name.
Stole it from you.
Apparently. Like, what the heck is this? I had it
saw
back
this
in like
and like, this is mine
2019.
now.
Yeah. And to make things worse, I changed my name to Time to Light in April of 2020, and somebody stole the Twitter a week prior.
Of Time to Light a week prior.
And then,
no.
And then sometime in like early 2022, the person deactivated the Twitter. Somebody else then stole the Twitter and commented on one of my posts saying selling the name, DM me.
Wow. That's crazy. I had someone do not the same like that, but like with Vaudable.com because it sounds good. They tried to sell it to me for like $1,000, and I told them I'm only gonna put like a couple $100 on this. I'm the only one who will ever want this website, so you can take those fees and you can deal with that the rest of your life. I'm not gonna bargain whatsoever. I don't care how big I get. I'm not buying that website, and I've stuck to that. But we're gonna head on over to a break as we figure things out here. We've had the origin stories between our caster names, and maybe we'll find the origin of this map in just a sec. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. I have sat up in my chair, and hopefully you have all as well, getting ready for this last series of the day. TTL should stand for Tickled Time to Light at this point in time. But we do have the agent selected. It is going to be a 5v4. Yet again, we are blessed of it. It is the VOD Valorant curse that we were talking about in the break. But a player DC'd and have to do like some Windows update stuff to try and get back in. But we gave them all the time we could. Over 10 minutes of that. We got to keep the broadcast, production, and bracket going.
Rules are rules, kids. Don't let your computer crash. And sometimes these scenarios are barely avoidable. This one, not so much, and it is a scenario where we cannot reschedule this to later games because everybody still has more group games to play throughout the week, and we have a fairly tight schedule, to say the very least. So, unfortunate scenario. You feel bad, but it's one of those kind of has to happen.
But New Bern, we saw before, lost a series, so this could be a boon for them to make it out of the group stage if they can get victory here against West Craven. West Craven, hey, they're playing against someone who is already 0-1. This might be their time to shine and be the third out of 3 teams to play with a man down, but come out victorious this time. Change the odds, change the map, and change the story for us for our last series of the day.
The benefit for them, they're the first team to do so on a map that is not Ascent, and the first team to do so on a map that has 3 sites. Those 2 things completed at the same time. I like the Gecko selection. I was wondering if this was going to be brought in. I'm happy it is. You're happy the Gecko is being brought in, Mr. Pokemon Trader. But
always,
I gotta say, the attacking side is beneficial if you're in a 4v5. The problem will be is if they switch to the defensive side and they don't already have like a 3 or 4 round lead. I don't see it as a reasonable scenario for them to walk away with this game. It just isn't at the end of the day.
Right. Going to be a rough time of it regardless. See exactly who's going to come out on top between these 2 teams. New Bern a must win and a boon for them as they have 1 less player to worry about on West Craven. West Craven, all eyes are on them to see how they can perform here. Take a look at their stats if they've played another match beforehand, but there goes Pluto down. Where my dad looking for also the enemies on the other side. They get them. Defenders easily win this one.
Yeah, quick opening for New Bern, and basically exactly what they're looking for. There's not a whole lot you can do better in that scenario. This is a situation, pistol round especially, that concerns me. Usually a pistol round is where a team in a 4v5 has a better opportunity of bringing what would be the player disadvantage back. If they don't perform in the 4v5, either they're A, not good with pistols, which I'm not either, it's okay, or B, not going to win the game. And I think we'll find that out in the next couple rounds. It's entirely possible we know where this one's going in the next 5 minutes.
We will see if it progresses that way. Maybe this is that quick matchup we were talking about before. Once we get into it, just a quick 13-0, especially with a player down on West Craven. Backing off as best as they can on the defensive side, not having to overextend themselves. They don't want things to be tied up, because that's where things change in the favor of West Craven. Venom able to get one, but it is traded out real quick. Still just a 1-player disadvantage for West Craven. We got 2.
Make it 2. And they're disengaging on the West Craven side. Jet low HP. They do have a full health Gecko. I wouldn't hate the decision to just rush C here. You do get a spike plant. You will have the ability to go elsewhere. Wingman could even plant this for you. The problem is, you're still playing a 2-man disadvantage, and to make things even worse at the end of the day, you don't have as much freedom to move about as you would think. You have a chamber flanking, you have 2 players that look like they're going to come from that C link, and one that'll probably end up going through the garage just the same.
I don't think the chamber was hovered last time too, so that's a change up for New Bern A here in this comp specifically. And we also, I think you mentioned chamber, one of those agents who've kind of fallen out of fashion.
1 enemy remaining.
I see them here instead. There we go. Drop 1, but still keep 3 players up. Quickly go for the defuse onto this play, and business as usual for New Bern A.
To work.
Clean as ever. And the way they play that is my favorite ever. Yes, you're going to give up a spike. What they do is they dedicate themselves fully to the A site. If they give up B or they give up C, yeah, you give up a spike plant, but you don't give up a risk of the round. And they understand it is risk versus reward, cost versus opportunity. Opportunity cost, that's the word I was looking for. And New Bern A, they win it as they should. Where my dad is also going to go on towards the operator. I am a fan of this one. Operator round 3. It's daring, but it's also rifles for West Craven, so it's not the most absurd thing.
Confidence is what I call that. Hopefully that will be enough for them to get the victory on the round here. I'll shout out to the observers for that nice view of them moving towards the site for West Craven. Backing off on it though, maybe going towards B instead. Not really feeling it for A. Gil spotted out though, so they know that they were at least in that position. Having to quickly move around. They can't hold off for too much longer. Venom putting some pot shots out, seeing if they can get a tag on anyone, but no dice just yet. This thing's still pretty slow for West Craven. I like the pacing that we are seeing from them. They're being calculated as they can be. It's all going to come down to how the other team fares against this push on the site.
I like this decision. Try and push B, but also at least put some semblance of pressure over towards the C side. Make sure there has to be a different look.
Ooh,
Find a nice opening kill. They see the brimstone. The question is, can they find the clearance? And I don't know if there's going to be a definitive answer. Recon Bolt will find the information, but they don't have any utility to clear them out. Dizzy will go in, but the brimstone gets out alive somehow. And now the flank's starting to set in alongside a shot from the operator.
30 seconds left.
They're on the other side of the boxes too, and Pluto clears up Clorks. 3v3 situation, pretty decent health-wise too for both these two teams. Just need to get the spike down at this point in time, and then they can go from then on out for the side of West Craven. But they dropped one just in the transition over. Not the best spot you want to see from them.
10 seconds left.
What?
Took him from behind from Pluto.
Remaining.
It's another
What?
one as well, popping off on fire. That's 4 kills to their name. Looking for the ace. Can they get it? They get it here too. And Pluto, what a victory from them for West Craven.
What is that from Pluto? And more importantly, how in the world do West Craven allow Pluto to get back into that? Not even a supporting staff needed. Just swing, kill, opening their way, closing their way. 3 kills, all to close out the round, and very little help needed from their Sova, much less any help picked up. Newburn A, I don't know if they gave away that round, but they certainly could have won it.
They lost it, that's for sure. Lost control of it and lost the round at the end of it there. And honestly, that's the most confident clutch we have seen from a player that has had a player down on their team. Out of the last 2 matches and into this one, who else but Pluto to get the opening frag to Underwear My Dad? What a great name. But still, liking to see the confidence from this Jet. We really haven't seen like a top-level Jet player in the opening rounds of the Charlotte region so far, but we're seeing it here. And this is a great comeback from West Craven after those first 2 rounds.
1 enemy remaining.
V4, make it a 1v4. It'll be a flawless round, and a clean one at that. Malachi even gets involved, and everybody steps up for West Craven. Exactly what they needed to close out that round, and more importantly, to set themselves in for a little bit more success. They don't have to worry nearly as much about their risk of playing a man down, and more importantly, they show that they're able to pick up rounds after the pistol round, after the conversion round. They don't just rely on lesser weaponry, they own with better.
My thought process here now too is that
Push them
seeing how
out.
well they are doing, at least in the opening bits of the attacking side, their weakness is going to be that defending side, especially having that player down. So they need to try and rack up as many round wins in this first half of this game as much as they can to try and take the win, against Newburn A. You can tell Newburn A kind of doubting themselves positioning-wise. They're in really odd spots, and they're getting taken advantage of by Pluto for the most part. So they need to batten down the hatches, maybe group a little bit more, and coordinate better with the ways that they are defending these sites.
Draft up to the corner. Vision available, but Gil still ends up winning the fight, and more importantly, completely eliminates site control. They end up getting 1 for 1, make it 2 for 1. Cyber, Tyler with 2. That should be the round. A 1v3 available, but Pluto has been on for the ace before. Needs to swing this, needs to go find one, finds a second. Oh my goodness, it's a 3K in the round, and very well available for the 4th if they can swing it, but it's difficult.
Having to go for the defuse, at least try to for a second. The shot they miss it. They dash to the side and it works out. Voidak, I think that is. Yeah, Voidak thought that they went the other direction from the crates, but instead they just missed the cue on them dashing straight into the boxes and thought differently. They heard the sound, but they didn't look with their eyes, and they missed completely. It will be West Craven taking that round that shouldn't have been theirs.
How in the world do they throw that? I'm sorry, but Pluto has no business winning an ace and then picking up a 4K in a 1v4. I don't... Yeah, they're a good player. Mechanically gifted, sure, but I don't care how mechanically gifted you are.
That's a mistake, too.
If you give away a 1v3, you've given away a 1v3. Sure, they hit the shots required to hit it. But... Wow.
Should have won that duel there, for sure, for the side of New Bern A, and you can see why. They might have struggled earlier on in their previous matchup. 13-8 was the score, and they were the 8. So even having a player disadvantage on the other side just goes to show how strong West Craven are as a roster, especially with Pluto, but not just Pluto. My dad shot. Second one not going to be enough for them, but their best fashion, and well, there goes down another one. There's one player remaining, and this time it's not Pluto. We'll see what Malachi can do to clutch things up for Gecko.
I cannot stress how well saved where my dad was before they fell. What happened when they swung, they got hit with the recon bolt. It hit them and landed on them. It sticks to you. And when it sticks to you, you cannot avoid it. But their teammate had the wherewithal to turn and shoot the recon bolt on their teammate, so they wouldn't get scanned a second time.
30 seconds
and they were able
left.
to still sit in that corner safely. This will be a spike plant for Malachi. They have the wingman available to do it for them. But the problem is it's still the 1v4. He'll be able to set up post plant and he'll try and reswing it. Caught position, and that's the round. Yeah, Venom, clean kill.
All the shots too. That's gonna hurt. Stunned in place, locked and loaded from the other team, and that's a good comeback to tie things up for the defenders of New Bern A. I mean, we saw Pluto go down kind of early in that round too, which goes to show that Pluto has been kind of carrying the team. I mean, 11-3. The next highest 3-4, then Gil at 3-5. So if you take down Pluto for New Bern A, it's easy sailing from then on out. But we'll see if they can continue to do that and rely on that kind of a strategy for the rest of the defending side.
Dead even at 3, and you said it with Pluto being at 11, we'd probably see a game that's 6-0 right now. Pluto is a saving grace for West Craven, and it's nice, but I said this at the end of game number 1. Clutch potential is nice. It is amazing to fall back on when required. However, it is not nice to require. See exactly why. Spray down. They go 1 for 1. Cyber Tiger actually falls after using their Seekers, and you're okay with that if you're on this West Craven side. The problem is, you're still in that 3v4.
They do have all their ults to work with, and maybe they can use that to their advantage. Pluto taken down, losing the gunfight to Voidiak. Voidiak making up for their mistakes before in that second round. They were taken down a peg after the clutch from Pluto. Voidiak for something. Gil does get the upper hand. Good look from them. 3-on-2 situation.
There.
We'll see what they can do with this. So the rotation comes out deep into the other side.
I like that call. The problem is they're going straight into a chamber, and I don't think they're aware of it. Chamber's just patiently waiting long.
No.
Should be a free kill if they're not gun up, and yeah, there's one from where my dad. Second one available. Yeah, they'll find that as well. Headhunter actually finds the shot there. New Bern take the lead right back. A little bit of a disengage that they had cost them their lead, but it's a comeback.
I like the heads up on the rotation from West Craven. It's just, as you mentioned, they didn't really have much to figure out that the chamber was there. If they cut in a little bit earlier on towards A short, would have been in a better spot. But again, they had no way of knowing that the chamber was in that position. They fell right into their trap. Now we see how things can change. New Bern 2 rounds in a row for themselves.
Get out of my
way! Keep that momentum going throughout the rest of this first half of the game, and do well for the competitiveness of West Craven, but it's still even more so apparent once Pluto's gone. So are the chances for West Craven to get a win.
Pluto's already found one, though, and that's where my dad. There goes your operator, but the reswing through garage, that should be a kill. It is. Cyber Tiger finds one. He sees the second, but here comes Pluto trying to play for that immediate refrag. The weird conversation is information. Good guiding light. Pluto forced away. Can't play for that extra fight, but still will go for it. Cyborg Tiger dusted and sent to an early death.
Unfortunate there. 3v2 situation. Definitely possible for Pluto. I mean, we've seen better than that. We've saw an ace clutch. At least 3 or 4 kills at the end of it when they were the last one standing in that third round to get their first round win. Smoke goes down in a good spot. It's going to give some time for Malachi to plant. Pulling out the gun instead, though. There it is. Gets the shot.
One enemy
2
remaining.
situation. Make it
No
2-on-1 and a good look for them. For the ace, though.
Tailwind popped, just in case they want to use it. Brimstone up above. Could be able to catch off that Gecko, but the Gecko just patiently waiting. With the smoke up, there should be a free kill for the Brimstone. It will be. A true 1v1, but the Thrash available. Keep that in mind as time starts to tick away. You have to clear that short position, as Thrash could be used. Instead, it's the Molly, the spray down. It ends up going Malachi's way because of it. And it's Wes Craven to tie things up, and Malachi to step up in a big way without the ace from Pluto.
Good clutch by Malachi. Pluto, where were you looking, buddy? I mean, you left your back wide open. You saw that there was a player coming from that position before, so you should have assumed somebody was towards the defending side of the spawn in Heaven Stairs, but not going to work out in their favor for New Burn A either way. Good utility usage from the Gecko. Malachi, great pick up where they left off and weren't able to do so in previous rounds, but now we got to see more from the rest of the players on Wes Craven on how they can step up to the plate.
Close here. Guiding Light goes out. Pluto's on the right side here, getting aggressive. This is not a position that's been held prior, but Pluto could be aware, still will fall. Good usage of the rendezvous to get out, but not far enough. 2-for-1 trade though, and it's 3-for-1 in favor of New Burn A. It's Wes Craven with just the clutcher from the previous round. This time needing to clutch a 1v4.
Cyborg Tiger on the sky really picking up so many times. Oh, Malachi, not a good look. Unfortunate to say the least. They were caught lacking in the corner. Will be taken down a peg there. Only one player dropping for New Burn A in that round. Good comeback for them. Still competitive at best though between these two teams. We'll have to see what the comeback strategy is for Wes Craven though. They have a decent amount of creds left for the next round, but things are looking kind of dire if they aren't able to pick up the win this time.
I'm going to say this, and I mean this without kindness in the world. Wes Craven need to just use their players to bait for Pluto.
Honestly.
I wish I could find something else to go their way, but in every single round, including this one, that has gone Wes Craven's way, I don't know if this one's going to go their way or not, we're in a live feed, but every single round that's gone Wes Craven's way has been Pluto stepping up in a big way with secondary support from a different player, either in terms of support non-kill wise or a single frag or two. Something has to change on that front. You cannot individually rely on one player to pick up 15 kills in 9 rounds and change. Of those 15 kills, one was an ace, one was a 4K, and I think it was another 4K clutch.
There was another 4K, yeah. That was right in the last round that they won to tie things up 4-4 in that 8th round, but now we do see them coming from the center. Flash comes through, and Gil actually is able to take down Cyborg Tiger. That's a huge win for them. Pluto is always
one
getting
enemy
taken
remaining.
out by Where's My Dad? Where's My Dad again? Getting some good looks, and the defenders picking up a victory yet again. Where's My Dad seems to be like the nemesis of Pluto this time. Always having the number. Chamber is locked and loaded and the reticle on their opponents at all times.
I like this decision. Timeout for the coach here of Wes Craven. Slow things down, figure out what is going wrong. Number one, you're losing opening gunfights. If Pluto dies early, your round's virtually over. The issue is, it is players using Pluto to set themselves up for success and vice versa. But if you lose one of those two factors, nobody else is going to be able to succeed unless Pluto pulls off the crazy 1v3 or 1v4 4K. In this instance, something has to change on that front. Whether it is just truly sending people forward and fully baiting them for Pluto to try and ace every single round, or using them together where Pluto goes in, and even if they find that opening kill and the trade's there, there's still a teammate as a backup just in case for that trade back the other way.
It's curious too, because now we're changing sides, right? It's already past the half, so it's going to be on the defending end, and that's what I was talking about might be the weakness of the squad, especially because they're so frag heavy. They were doing well on the attacking side when they could rally around Pluto, but I don't know exactly how well this comp's going to work for them on the defending half, especially when they're having to rely on Jet to keep the sites locked down and hopefully get any of the enemies on the other team taken out of contention for those sites that they're initiating on them. And New Burn A, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job for the most part, taking advantage of the situations where we saw them. They weren't overextending all the time, and now we'll see how things change here going into this next little bit.
I smell a C rush. Utility being dedicated. Where my dad has reconnected, so things should be okay on the Newburn side. Yeah, very well-timed reconnection. We'll pop the tour de force immediately. Here's the call. What's the response?
The response is pretty decent so far. Pluto's not taken out yet, though. Probably should have used that smoke a little bit sooner. But,
last player standing.
Away and take it out by who else? But where's my dad? 2 piece to their name. Defenders quickly win that one. One more round for the half.
Last round in the half.
Must win that was for West Craven, but they couldn't get it.
The fact that Where My Dad finds 2 separate kills in 2 separate ways, uses Tour de Force to find the first, switches to Headhunter immediately, turns 90 degrees to his left, and finds the second. What is that?
My dad wasn't even thinking of playing Chamber originally, is the funny thing, before we like got into the game. So I like the change up there. You're feeling confident, cool, calm, and collected. And that's what you want to see from a Chamber player.
That's insane. I'm a fan. Just hold W, it seems, or get aggressive, or jump around. I don't know.
If you see Pluto in the feed getting kills, charge. It's what we've seen from Where's My Dad. It works.
I don't hate the decision.
Hard counter. 3 ults to 1 on the other side, though. But West Craven, I feel like they haven't really been using it too much. Like their ults. Honestly, if Pluto had their ults, that'd be the best look for them at the end of the half. But still need to get that as an option for them. Cyborg Tiger taken out. Same for Core. Again, we know Where's My Dad is really the big one to worry about on the side of Newburn A. Pluto really should just have their teammate bait them out, as you were talking about before. See exactly what position they are waiting in.
Scatter.
From the shadows used into heaven. That should be a sound cue, though. It should be more than available there for the chamber, and the chamber's on site now. This hasn't been detected. Keep an eye out for them if they can find anything more. Pluto has found one on B, but look out for Where My Dad finds one, swings for a second to deny this plant, and will go up for a third.
Wow.
A 2v2, and he's still alive.
Making sure that the wingman can't get the plant cue, forces the rest of West Craven on towards the site. Odd spot to be in here for sure.
He's one.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Somehow not taken down
I
yet.
got the spike. Last player standing.
Oh, there goes
10
the shot
seconds
again.
left.
Where's My Dad has the
Spike
number
down
of Pluto
A.
in heaven. Vodiak.
Last player
5,
standing.
4, 3, 2.
It's timeout. There we go. Yeah, they can't get it. Defenders win. Timeout. That's the second time today we've seen that happen. Vodiak didn't even need to fight. They didn't need to worry about anything there because time was on their side and wasn't on the side of West Craven. So unfortunate, but Where's My Dad? The way that he has the number of its Pluto is nuts.
It is really just the Achilles heel, the kryptonite of the hero of West Craven. And to make matters worse, I said West Craven probably needed 7, 8, maybe 9 to make it a reasonable first half of the defense. The only reason is because they're playing with 4 members, they don't have that same availability of, oh yeah, let's just send 4 players every round and rush. Unless they guess correctly in one of 5 scenarios, that being A long, A short, B, C garage, or C. Every time. You have a 20% shot of guessing correctly on a rush. Newburn A.
It's all about the retakes now.
Is, yeah, you got a 33% shot. They are in a pretty good opportunity. And they've already
I feel like this is just a game 7 match pretty soon if things continue this way, unless somehow West Craven, after the pistol rounds didn't go in their favor before, are able to change things up a little bit. Luckily enough for them, they were able to get 4 in the first half of the first time. We saw a team of 4 be able to do just that. But again, we mentioned it too, that they needed to be as close as it could be. Pluto, 2 back-to-back, looking good, tying up 3-3. Another shot finally takes down Where's My Dad. It's the first time in like 3 rounds. 2-on-1 situation. And there it goes, going for the defuse. West Craven finally, after such a long drought, able to get another round.
It's a walk away from West Craven. Their pistol round goes their way this time around. They've lost the first half pistol.
My quiver is never full.
If this defense looks better, their options could be, hey, let's stack a site, and we honestly looked better on taking a site together, so let's just play for retakes if we have to. I don't hate that decision. The issue is, if you guess wrong, you guess C and they go A. That's 15, 20 seconds off a retake that you just cannot afford with a player disadvantage immediately. If If I'm New Burn A, I am rushing a site every single time, because either A, I have a player advantage, or B, it's an empty site, or C, they have to retake with less than ideal manpower.
We'll have to see what New Burn A can do here to shut down West Craven. Feel good confidence-wise, ending the 4-round drought they found themselves in at the end of the half there. Kill just getting stunned, flashed, and taking advantage of every angle. So do notice from
Spike
above,
down A.
able to take down Clorks. Marco came out too. Can't take down Cyborg Tiger though. Malachi looking for some sort of angle, but doesn't really have it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh god.
A-Link finds one. Malachi will find the refrag or the Marshall. But it's New Burn A just sending themselves over to C. They understand it's clear as day. And there's not a whole lot that Malachi can do about this. This is a scenario where you either just save the Marshall at this point, or you hold W and send it all. Because anything less on either side is not worth it.
I haven't really seen them have the skill, unfortunately, like the gunplay to be able to do just that. And the shots come out here and there, and they've figured out,
Bring them
you know, maybe
down.
I do need to back off a little bit. Venom is making it difficult for Malachi's day to be prolonged here in this round. Room being given though to Malachi. Stun, and they aren't gonna find their way out. Stabbing into the wall in anger. As West Craven down yet again.
I'll teach him to
Couple more rounds
respect
to go
their
for New Burn
elders.
A to clean up the series. Keep the pace going like we saw before in the opening half.
And to be completely honest, that's about what we expected about the second half.
Yeah.
Just a round out the window, right about then is where things go back to what is your stock standard. Pluto's going to bring in the Guardian here. Now, this is either going to work so well, or he's going to die within 15 seconds. There is no other way the Guardian goes. It is either we are so back, or it is so Joker. And unfortunately, they're guessing wrong. It is so Joker. Wait, they're guessing right.
I respect it. Oh, okay. Gil able to get one.
Shut down.
There's another one for Kill Chrono, and I think that's the first time in a while we've actually seen them be able to frag, so thanks from them. Going out the drone. Voidiak is there with the rifle. Back up from Cyborg.
Launching smoke.
Mine's
Now it's a
default.
plant.
Spike
Like to see
planted.
it.
Last player standing.
Okay,
One
I was about to
enemy
say,
remaining.
curious to how that retake's gonna go, but quickly in the favor, even more so of New Burn A. Gil can't do anything about it on the one-on-one. Voidiak 3 kills in that round specifically.
I can't believe that they actually get away from that alive as well. Voidiak was stuck in default. I was hesitant to say anything because I was wondering where he's going to be swung from. The fact that he swung from garage first and still readjusts for a second long is insane, especially after being scanned out by the recon bolt. The fact that you can hit those shots against 3 players just swarming you, and the fact that Voidiak found the first kill of the round for New Burn onto Pluto is the most important part of that. If Pluto doesn't die there, C site's gone. Voidiak actually dies instead, and the round's a virtual foregone conclusion. A 1v4, not gonna happen.
Shadows
3 more rounds remain for New Burn A to try and take the victory here in our final series of the day for the Charlotte Regional Qualifiers for the VESL Valorant High School Quals group stage. Begins. Try saying that 10 times fast. The plant coming out already. A single
Spike
kill,
planted.
but there it goes for Gil. Voidiak, star of the show, the last game, or the last round specifically. Here. Picking up a good gun too, and some shots. Popping off for their team for sure. In and out of Pluto. Star of the show so far for
One
them.
enemy remaining.
Also gone in 2-on-1 situation. Who else? Where's my
Last
dad?
player
Now who you want to
standing.
face off against?
Oh, great scenario for where my dad. Did you see what they just did? They split the
That was
1v1s
insane.
perfectly. They're well aware that one player's sitting in heaven, and the previous kill just came from long. Process of elimination, which one do I take first? Oh, I hear the long player running, swing that. And completely isolate each 1v1. That is how you take 1v2 scenarios. That's how you take a lead and extend it even further.
What a play. Masterclass from Where's My Dad on the Chamber so far. I mean, no notes that I would have to say from what we've witnessed. Pluto, they've been doing what they can, but when they take it out, so is the wind in the sails out of West Craven's side. 11-5. And the wind was already kind of at half speed going into this initial map, being down a player already, hoping to use the 10-minute tech pause for us to get them back in, but fortunately was not working in their favor. They have to hope that they get a win outside of this one.
I've got your
Something
trail.
working in their favor, but
Cover going out.
if they can get one more round, they'll be doing a round better than the rest of the four-player rosters we've seen up to this point. But I'm sure they want to win instead of that.
Oh,
Who else? Where's my dad?
that's not great, to understate the obvious. Losing opening duel and having no sight control now. What, 3v5? You have the Blade Storm dedicated to this round. This isn't a win for West Craven. I don't think this map has any chance of being one.
The ult being used for Pluto as well. I mean, I feel like they knew they had to clutch up for their team here, so decided to use it in this round, because otherwise it's game over for them, as you were mentioning.
Last player
Place the
standing.
shots, whip it either. A waste of chances and a waste of time for them, unfortunately, as the Flawless comes through. New Burn A, one round away from the victory here, and sending West Craven down yet again.
West Craven, 7 straight rounds with a player disadvantage at the beginning of every single one of them. And to make matters worse, it's on the defensive side of a 3-site map. I don't think there could be anything worse against them except for Pluto not being here.
That is so true. Again, we feel bad for West Craven. Do have to state that too. Unfortunately, if those are
You
just
want to
tuning
play?
in, who
Let's
might be a fan
play.
of the school or know the players specifically, they unfortunately couldn't get their final player in, as there was a disconnect, and we gave them over, I believe it was like almost 20 minutes of time to try and get back into the game itself. So did our due diligence on what we could, and they gave it a valiant shot. But again, it's not over just yet. Can't say it until it is over, until there's no agents remaining on West Craven. One's already down. Who else? Where's my dad taking down star of the show, Pluto? They know exactly where the other team is.
Yeah, this one seems to be a foregone conclusion. Kill seen. Thrash gonna come through from the garage position, but that's shot out of position. And CT is the last saving grace, and that's just fallen. That's maybe it.
5v2. Couple more chances. Spike being planted. One goes down though. Venom.
Spike
Shot
planted.
from Malachi. We've seen them clutch before, but it was on a one-on-one situation. After Pluto did most of the work.
Somebody's there.
Trying to bait out one of the players on the site, but still not enough to push on to C. Gil. See them also clutch up a little bit too. Malachi, gotta be careful here.
Gil still finds that kill. Malachi's going the other direction. Do they understand that this is match point and they cannot save? I think Malachi just got the memo, but at that point it's too late.
No.
Where my dad with the
Attackers
tour de
win.
force will close things out. It is indeed a tour de force for New Burn A. Disappointment in the previous match on the main stream. Redemption here on our B stream and in their group as well.
GG's across the board for both these teams. Seems like 5 is the maximum amount of rounds that are available to a player, missing their 5th. But that is still a great performance from Pluto, topping the lobby.
GG.
22
GG, guys.
to 15.
GG.
So hear the
Love you
GGs
guys.
from everyone as well in the party chat at the end of it. But speaking of the end of it, TTL, any final thoughts about that series, about the ones we saw today before we bid the stream adieu and get ready for the next leg of the qualifiers tomorrow?
I sincerely believe of the 4 games we played, 3 of them could have gone to OT if all of them had
could've.
5 players. This is a completely
Oh my
different conversation if teams show up with all 5. And this is a group stage that
It's not their fault too.
Yeah.
Some of it was technical difficulties.
Yeah, but this is a scenario where it could have been much more. It should have been much more. And for a couple teams, they would have liked it to be much more. But at the end, it wasn't. We see a 14-12 game 1. And after that, 3 5v4s. High school moment. It was so close yet so far.
It was unfortunate to say the least, but still a great showing from the teams who were able to field their rosters, and even the teams who weren't. They were able to still get rounds, no shutouts on our side, and there was, I think, a shutout on the other stream too, 13-0 with 2 teams who had their full rosters. So, hey, have something to write home about. Hopefully it will help with tiebreakers if it's based on round wins as well, depending on how things go for the rest of those matches. But we'll take a look at that later. What we do need to do is get some food, get some rest, and get ready and raring to go for the second days of the VESL Valorant High School Qualifiers. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.